clickbait article, and we got to do it all over again. That's why this is, you know, it's just a little irritating. Anyway, next up, Axios. 12 times Trump signaled the Iran war was about to end. Well, it's only been 3 weeks, so if he signaled it and it ends soon, he was right. It's about to end. Jeez. Again, these stupid people. Good. I'm glad we can't read this stupid article. Trump is saying that the war is going to end soon. Okay, what's soon? Because if it's over in like a week, then yeah, he was right. Wall Street Journal. Hegseth says, yeah, there was just a press conference this morning. I was watching it where they had an update, pretty much the same update as every other update, right? Where they're like, look, we're dealing with new people. The regime has already changed. They're more amicable to giving us what we want. And if they don't, we're going to bomb the hell out of them, right? This war is almost over. Trust me. This is not a forever war. I can guarantee you that much. All right, everyone that thought this was a forever war, you're already wrong. Again, shut up. I know more than you. Shut up. That's how we're dealing with you people from now on. I know more than you. Shut up. Okay, hold on one sec. Oh, right, yes, I should move on. I should move on, but I'm not gonna. I should move on for sure. I should definitely move on, but I'm not gonna. All right, let's try this. Lung TA. Yes, but you can metallurgically observe the anatomy for like markers to what was left in the rifle. Morons. The ATF can and does, but rifling is a crapshoot even on the tail. All right. Yes, I don't think that this is as bad as I originally thought it was, okay? You can try to do extensive ballistics. You're still not going to be able to match. It's still going to be inconclusive. The reporting on this story was inconclusive. So it doesn't matter what tests they run on a fragmented bullet. There's no, this isn't Batman, okay? They don't use like, you know, AI and 3D scanners and put the rifle back together after pulling it out of a brick, okay? Wake up. It's 2026. It's not fantasy land. All right, just in case. I thought that person was being rude. They're not. They're actually, it's actually a decent statement. Okay, now we'll move on. We have to. We have to move on. I'll do this all day. I really will. All right. Pete Hegseth. Back to this story. Pete Hegseth said the coming days of the conflict would be decisive and that the number of projectiles launched by Iran in the past 24 hours represents the lowest during the war. Hegseth spoke in a joint press conference with Raisin Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. The comment came shortly after President Trump lashed out on social media. Essentially, again, like I said, signaling that this war is probably going to be over soon. Here we go. Check this out. Now, this is, Trump is kind of tired of your shit, and just like Iran, I wouldn't call his bluff, okay? This right here is indicative that Trump knows that this war is most likely going to be over soon. There's so many markers that are pointing to the fact that this war is going to be over soon. There's a tweet from Donald Trump, I believe it's this morning, okay? All of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage, go to the Strait, and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. President Donald John Trump. Trump built up our oil reserves over the past, what are we at now? 13, 14 months, 14 months, in record time after Biden depleted our strategic oil reserves so that he could win the midterms. Right? That happened. They literally just used the oil reserves to keep gas low during the midterms so that they could keep power, because that's all the Democrats care about. Okay. If Donald Trump did not build up the oil reserves, if gas wasn't all the way down to like under $2 a gallon in some states before this operation, I understand it's high right now. Okay. Get over it. It's going to be over soon. Then we probably wouldn't be able to do the war. All right. Because we couldn't sustain that. Now, what he's suggesting is for all the countries that did not help out, like the UK and all the countries that are, you know, part of NATO, who wanted our $200 billion so they could launder it back to the Democrat Party. Yep, that happened. We'll probably talk about that tomorrow. He's like, hey, you know what? Cool. Go get your own oil. We're done. And it's the smartest move that he could do, because they will not go and attack Iran. They're cowards. What they will do, they'll buy our oil. That's good for our economy. That sounds America first to me. All right. Let's see. One more? Should we do one more? We'll do one more. All right. Israel passes law to hang Palestinians convicted of deadly attacks. Based. Why not? Israel suspends battalion that detained CNN crew in the West Bank. A soldier who made inappropriate remarks has been dismissed of service, the IDF said. Okay, good. They hold their own accountable. We're seeing a pattern here. We can't read stories because every newspaper now wants you to pay, and we don't need to. We're going to go to this. Okay, so as I said, okay, the CCP has been... Kit Kat Mar, usually just lurking in this early now. TMP Uncensored. This is a great, hold on, this is a great comment, because this is one of my regulars. Before I came over to LFA, Crazy Moan McGroin. TMP Uncensored had like 12 of us chatting before Zach got big on LFA. My brain didn't need to work fast yet. You know, I used to say, so before I jumped over to LFA, my channel TMP Uncensored, I think it has like 1,500 followers. It's like I really did do this show just for fun, and I still do it just for fun. But it was a lot easier for my chat to talk to each other. It was very personal. And at the end of every show, I would be able to shout out every single person that was watching. I'd be like, okay, let's go through, and I'd literally be able to shout out everybody. Now we usually have around 2,000 live viewers, so we can't do that. Georgia Mom in the chat too. See, we got Georgia Mom, we got Crazy Moan McGroin. My regulars, I did move 1 hour ahead of my old live time, but glad that they're still here. Anyway. Just wanted to quickly acknowledge my P1s. My P1s are the best. I love them. Anyway, all right. CCP is funding the No Kings protest. This is from Steven Crowder yesterday. Right, very good watch. Let's check this out.
There are 500 groups involved, worth about $3 billion in revenue behind the protests. A lot of them are funded by the CCP-linked Neville Roy Singham. We've talked about them before, including the People's Forum in New York, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, the Answer Coalition, and, of course, Code Pink. Remember, we talked about this. Code Pink was founded by Singham's wife, Jody Evans. They were behind that whole Cuba thing where they went and gave a bunch of supplies to the communist government so they...
Pause. We're going to just check this out real quick. Right here. Remember when I brought this up last week? I think it was last week or the week before, right? You notice how it's always the same people, okay? The Answer Coalition, what Crowder was just talking about. The Answer Coalition is responsible for the BLM protests. They're responsible for the pro-Palestinian protests. They're responsible for the anti-Iran war protests. They're responsible for the anti-Venezuelan going and getting the dictator protest. They are all anti-Trump protests. It doesn't matter what the cause is. The Answer Coalition and the PLO or something like that. It's all George Soros funneled through the CCP. It's the New World Order, the thing that Tucker Carlson thinks that we should totally do, right? It's all funded through the same people. These are not organic. These are not organic protests. This is a psyop. Again, we use the word psyop a lot because there's a lot of psyops going on. Not a lot, really, just one really big psyop that has branches. But yes, the Answer Coalition, Code Pink, Stop the Iran War, China's not your enemy, etc., etc. MTG's like Israel and the Jews. Tucker Carlson's like Israel and the Jews. Hank Uyghur's like Israel and the Jews. Everybody's like Israel and the Jews. And it's all run by freaking communists. And Tucker Carlson just told us, like, I don't know, a week and a half ago, he's like, yeah, we should totally bring in the New World Order. The only country that's standing in the way is Israel. Yeah, thanks, Tucker. We know. That's why we like Israel. If Israel is the only country standing in the way of the New World Order, central digital bank currency, and eating bugs, sign me up for the Jews. Come on, dude. Put this all together. It's not hard to do. Let's continue.
It could assist them in murdering and silencing more dissidents. Here we have Madeline Pendleton, an activist from that convoy, openly discussing, so don't take my word for it, openly discussing communist Chinese funding and how they would like more of it.
So People's Forum is funded by a Chinese billionaire. You hear that about PSL a lot, and there is a Chinese billionaire who gives PSL some money sometimes. But the Chinese billionaire gives People's Forum a lot of money, and they posted a really funny thing about it back in 2021 that I want to show you. So they said, for months we've been the target of a campaign that alleges our funding comes from dark money.
Like
a few years ago, we met Roy Singham, a Marxist comrade who sold his company and donated most of his wealth to nonprofits that focus on political education, culture, and internationalism. It seems to bother some folks that we receive funding that furthers our anti-imperialist politics.
I wonder why it would bother anybody that the Chinese Communist Party is interfering in American politics. Didn't the left lose their mind over Putin? Right? Didn't they do that? Didn't they? Remind me, guys. The left lost their mind over Putin, right? I'm no fan of Putin, but let's just call balls and strikes here. And somebody else in the chat brought up a very good point about COVID. Do you think COVID was an accident? Like, I'm not, again, don't do this whole, oh my God, you sound like a conspiracy theorist. No. I sound like a conspiracy realist, right? COVID was released on the world for a reason, okay? It was. China was like, yeah, you know what? This will probably work. and it kind of did, right? And Jordan Peterson is very famously quoted as saying the real pandemic was 2 years of authoritarianism. What happened after China released a virus on the world? Every country tried authoritarianism in some form or another. It was a dry run. Trust me, these are not coincidences.
It seems to bother them even more that our funder is also a staunch anti-imperialist whose work goes back to the Black Panthers and the LRBW in Detroit. The folks who make allegations against us are steeped in the worst kind of racism, believing somehow that our funding robs us of agency and self-determination. Roy follows in the footsteps of his father, Archie, a committed activist for national liberation. We've got that open too. Ultimately, our solidarity with the peoples and countries at the epicenter of the struggle against U.S. imperialism will not be moved by the racist allegations made by the people who loudly echo State Department and Pentagon discourse. He does fund some stuff. It's certainly not the sole source of most people's funding. And also, who cares? He's a leftist. He sold his company, he got rich, he wants to give all his money away, right? If fucking Cardi B was doing all of this for the Democratic Party, you'd be patting her on the back. I don't know. They try to make it seem like the Chinese Communist Party is secretly running these like little campaigns. You know what I mean? I wish, first of all, that would be dope as hell if we all just...
I wish. See, they really do. They say the quiet part out loud. I wish the Chinese Communist Party was running us because I love communism. Remember, guys, communism, that's kings. That's pro-kings.
Got paid to be communist by the Chinese Communist Party, I'd be so on board.
Now, think about that. That would be dope. I'd be so on board. This is probably someone who, obviously there are no kings, thinks that Donald Trump is a tyrant and doesn't understand that if you are a Uyghur shop owner, meaning a Muslim Chinese, you still have to violate your own religious conscience and sell alcohol and cigarettes in China. Also, if you have the wrong Bible, you'll be imprisoned. They've run over dissidents with tanks, but it's okay. You need to understand this with the communists of the world. It's okay because the ends justify the means. I'd be so on board with pushing Chinese propaganda. Also, just for more proof, if you search for no kings on Google, the first things that pop up, Chinese state media.
It's so wild, man. Okay, so let's check out this one here. This is a chart of how money flows through Shanghai. Cash from Shanghai-based Neville Roy Singham moves step by step into the world, okay? Through 6 organizations. All right, so first of all, through Singham to 3 organizations, into 6 organizations, to 58 organizations. This guy Singham, he's a Chinese Communist Party. He's Asian George Soros. Okay. All right. Next up, we have literal Chinese people at the No Kings protest chanting in Mandarin, "America has no king. ICE get out from LA." Okay. Like, you can't make this up. Wow. Okay. Are we convinced yet? We can keep going.
After failing to kill your local ICE agent, end quote, on the wall there of that federal building. At least, you can see it right there, at least 74 people arrested after failing to disperse in St. Paul, Minnesota. Another large... Kill
your local ICE agent. That's what that says. With a crosshairs. Yeah, these are the left is totally the party. We should vote for Democrats, right? You know, Nick Fuentes told us to. You know, Sean Ryan said he's done with MAGA. You know, the podcaster circuit thinks that, you know, the best way to be America first is to punish the GOP by voting in the people who are aligned with the Chinese Communist Party, funding all of the protests, BLM riots, billions in damages, death in America, the people making excuses for Iran and Islamic Jihad. We should vote those people in to punish the GOP because they haven't done enough. Because they haven't given you your wish list, or because they just don't hate Jews. I don't know anymore. I can't keep up with how disappointing the GOP is to some people. Right? Now, there's plenty of criticisms you can make, right? I make them all the time. That's why I use my voice to vocally call out John Thune, right? To pressure senators. People like Scott Presler are doing it right. People like Nick Fuentes are not, right? Let's keep this up.
Crowd. Remember, nearby Minneapolis was a hub for ICE activity earlier this year.
Soto was so directly the target of all of the anti-democracy strategies of the Trump administration over the last several months.
Now, Fox News digital reporter Azra Nomani attended the protest in St. Paul. She says she obtained a copy of the permit for the march in St. Paul, and the lead coordinator for the protest was a group, Indivisible, a group with ties to networks funded by George Soros.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that? Indivisible, a group tied to George Soros. The CCP has groups, Neville. Guys, come on.
see right there. Now, her reporting also found a connected to a wealthy American living in China named Neville Roy Singham, connected to some of those protests. Here she is.
They want to call it grassroots. It's 100% AstroTurf. There are well-intentioned people that you walked among who came out, but the command and control was from these 500 groups with, get this, a $3 billion budget.
We reached out to Indivisible, no comment, but no Kings put up a statement. Trump wants to rule over us as a tyrant, but this is America, and the power belongs to the people, not wannabe kings or their billionaire cronies. Again, no comment from Indivisible at this time.
So funny, the billionaires. The billionaire, like George Soros. Jeez. So wild. Kevin Sorbo posted this. Now we have a list of no kings financiers: Arabella, Warren Buffett, Ford, Rockefeller, Soros, Tides. By the way, Ford, that's not the car company. You know, guys, follow the money. It's the easiest follow, right? This isn't hard. Now, getting back to this, okay? We have the people at, now, we already know where the funding's coming from. We know the intentions behind it. We understand the PSYOP, right? But what about the useful idiots? What about the people that are actually in the protest, like septum ring pink hair girl, okay? Who just love communism, okay? They love communism. Oh my God, I'd love to be communist. You notice how nobody blows up a hefty bag in Miami and floats to Cuba, right? They don't love communism. They don't. But they do love kings, right? Here's communist dictators and kings' commonalities, all right? Centralized authority. A communist dictator like Stalin or Mao holds total control over the government, military, and policy decisions, much like an absolute king such as Louis XIV, who centralized power by claiming divine right. No separation of powers exists. The ruler makes, enforces, and interprets laws unilaterally. This leads to personal rule where loyalty to the leader overrides institutional checks. Hereditary succession. Power often passes down family lines in both cases. Kings through royal inheritance, and some communist regimes like North Korea's Kim dynasty mimicking monarchy. Even non-hereditary communist dictators build cults of personality resembling royal reverence. This dynastic element ensures continuity of absolute control across generations. Suppression of dissent. Both use forces like secret police or military to crush opposition. The same thing happens in Islamic regimes as well. If you're pro-Islam, you're pro-king. All right. They even have royalty in Islam. They have, you know, they have these type of royal titles. Maintaining rule through fear and intimidation. Propaganda portrays the ruler as infallible, whether as a god king or eternal leader of the proletariat. Economic and social policies serve the ruler's whims, often causing widespread hardship. Are we sure that it's a no king's protest? I'm pretty sure it's a king. It's a king's protest. No Trump, that's for sure. And that's how TDS rules people's lives. It really is. It's a mind virus, no different than the woke mind virus. Okay, and you have these people who I would say don't really know what they're saying. Like they're the way I describe it often, right? And you know, not to shit on my mom, right? My mom passed away last year. I love my mom. She's a wonderful, amazing woman. But she was in complete denial over my brother's addiction, okay? My brother died of a heroin overdose. Now, he had no teeth in his head before he died. He smoked his teeth out. He was clearly a drug addict. He was a junkie. He had robbed my mother several times. He had robbed my father several times. He's literally caught doing drugs several times, right? And I went to my mom because I don't have that denial thing. And I was like, Ma, we got to do something about Sal. And she's like, what are you talking about? He's sober. He's clean. I'm like, Ma, he's got no freaking teeth in his head. You know, denial is powerful. It's a very powerful force. It's extremely powerful, right? It wasn't until my mom found my brother dead on her bathroom floor that she understood that he had a problem. It's a lesson that I wouldn't wish on anybody, because who was the first call? Me. I had to hear that horror in her voice. It was not fun. I'll never forget it. And, you know, that's the thing with denial, right? You don't wake up and until the boot's on your neck. Under this totalitarian regime, you know, how many times do I have to say it? First, they come for the socialists. When authoritarians finally get into power, after using useful idiots to get them in power, you know who the first people they kill are? The useful idiots. You know why? They're unarmed. They're trusting. They're unsuspecting. They walk up and they go, "We did it." And they go, "We did it. You're dead." Right? It's a lesson I don't want us to learn. Right? I actually care about these stupid septum ring, pink-haired morons more than they do. Right? I don't want them to go through that. I don't want anyone to go through that. Right? This whole, you know, normalization of Islamo-Marxism, this push for communism and socialism in America, it's not going to happen, right? Because some of us understand how it will go, and we will quite literally fight to the death to prevent it. You understand? All right, let's see if we can squeeze in another slide. I think I have one or two more. We got that. Yeah, here we go. I mean, I think that already went through that. Yeah, just this last one, just to put a bow on it. Okay. Showed you the Code Pink. Code Pink is a CCP influence op against U.S.-Korea alliance, Korea Intel. Code Pink runs Korea ops to end U.S.-SK joint drills, calls American economic exploiter, demands demilitarization. Back in 2025, People's Summit for Korea, pushing the long revolution of the DPRK and the U.S. out of everywhere. Does that sound familiar? The U.S. out of everywhere? Does anyone else see the correlation to useful idiots like Matt Walsh now and all the isolationists, right? Does anyone see that this is all connected? Okay. It's really this, guys, this is not something that I am guessing on. All right. I know this. So go to Matt Walsh real quick, because Matt Walsh apparently thinks that if you are pro, or if you're anti-Islamic regime, you're pro-war, right? I don't know. Matt Walsh says the pro-war side can dismiss this all they want. All I can tell you is that Matt personally know. How many people does Matt know? Millions, all right? Like, I personally know multiple very conservative, very conservative lifelong Republicans who are furious and they feel betrayed and blah, blah, blah. Who cares, right? Cares. I don't know a single person that's pro-war, right? I'm not pro-war. I've never been pro-war. That would be crazy. I'd be a sociopath if I was pro-war, right? I am anti-Islam. I am anti-Islamic regime. And Trump did promise no new wars, but he also promised peace through strength and that Iran would never have a nuclear weapon. If he had to break one of those promises because he can't keep both, I'm glad he chose the latter. He made the same choice our founders made in the Barbary Wars. 15 years after this country was founded, We had to go and attack Islam on their soil because we understood the threat to America from Islam. And if people like Matt Walsh don't understand this, pick up a friggin' history book, dude. To be prepared for war is one of the most effectual means of preserving peace. George Washington. Frickin' America for pro-war. Go screw yourself. Pro-war. Frickin' Matt Walsh's hypocrisy is just getting insane. Oh, this you? This guy thinks he's got a gotcha moment here, okay? I've actually now decided that I do, in fact, support war. Why have I spent all this time saying I don't? Of course I do. There are evil in the world. The only way to stop them is war. He must not have scrolled down, like, at all, because obviously this is sarcasm and trolling, like I said. But I am 35% not joking. Sometimes war is necessary. Sometimes war is necessary. Peace through strength, diplomacy, etc. should always be the first option. Anyway, Sean Farish is up next. We got... Whoa. Give me a second, Sean. All right, 30 seconds late, but here we go. Good morning, Brendan Farish. All right, Sean Farish is up next with Ungoverned. You guys enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. I'm going to go to work, and I'm going to tile a shower. So have fun with Sean. I will see you tomorrow for Woke Wednesday.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Good morning and happy Tuesday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the Lfa family, McGroin Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/Lfa TV. Happy Tuesday to you. I think we're going to have we're going to have a little bit of an interesting show today. Look, here's the deal.
That a lot more than you realize.
I know. Hey, you know what? Biden was smart to catch himself that way. Just be like, look, because it stops everybody. The problem is after Joe Biden said, look, it was more gibberish. Like, I'll speak gibberish and look, and then something clear will come out. He was like, look, here's the deal. I have trouble even saying in my own head in the number of years. I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly. Yeah. Yeah. Now look, here's the deal. All right, here is the deal, though, folks. Here is the deal. I'm going to do it. Let's kick this off with a poll in the live chat. Who would like to win the midterms?
Me.
In the live chat.
Oh.
Well, that's good. You're in the live chat. You're also live on the show. So the gays. I don't think the gays want to win. Who in the live chat right now wants to win the midterms? 2026 midterms. Who in the live chat wants to win? Apparently nobody. No, it's delayed. Who in the live chat wants to win the 2026 midterms? There we go. Here comes a bunch of me's. Look at that. All of us. Look at that. Look at it. It's unanimous. Okay? It's unanimous. We say, who in the live chat wants to win the midterms? Everybody wants to win the midterms. Look at this. That's perfect. That is perfect. Very good. Well, I'm here to tell you that it is possible. We can do that if we want to. Okay? I know that there is a lot of online noise. A ton. I know that there are people that everybody used to be fans of that we're looking at now. We're like, what happened to them? Don't worry about what happened to them. I'm going to explain to you what happened to them. Don't worry about it. Worrying about why Matt Walsh is saying what Matt Walsh is saying is not going to help us win the midterms. It's going to help Matt Walsh, right? Because then you're going to watch Matt Walsh, and we're going to talk about Matt Walsh, we're going to give clicks to Matt Walsh, and that stuck-up snob of a human being is going to wind up laughing all the way to the bank. Yes, I've had it with him. I have. He puts himself on a level above every single one of his viewers. You could hear it when he talks. He thinks he's better than you. I find that to be ridiculous. He's no better than you, me, or anybody else. Okay? I'm just putting that. I don't care who wants to. You want to get a debunk the argument. Well, I don't like him. I don't like the person. I'm going to say that. I don't like him. I don't like the way he treats his audience. It's very reminiscent of DeSantis 2024. Remember the ivory tower? We know better. Silence, peasants. We know better than you. You support the orange buffoon. Remember that? It's the same thing. You're not better than us, so quit acting like it, okay? Quit it. So I'm here to tell you how we're going to win the midterms if we want to win the midterms. This is it. You are here Tuesday, March, which is crazy. 2026, after today is over, is 25% complete. 25% complete. I remember the first show we did in 2026. What was the title? The midterms are right around the corner. Because they are. Because they are. Okay? If we want to win the midterms, then it is time collectively for everybody here who has tuned out the noise, who has not been successfully psyoped by the online demoralization campaign. It is an online campaign. It is not a real world campaign. The idea here is to spill it over into the real world. And I touched on this yesterday, and we're going to touch more on it today. The reason why the online demoralization campaign was successful and has been successful, again, online, which is not the real world, is because the left and those who are trying to undermine the administration, trying to undermine the president, have found and co-opted voices who we believe we could trust, or at one point believed we could trust, and they started pumping out the exact same information. They started pumping out the exact same propaganda that the left was pumping out, that the schools were pumping out. Let me ask you a question. Why do you think younger voters on both sides of the aisle, left or right, both sides, think Israel committed genocide after October 7th? Why do you think so? Could it be that the schools Could it be that the schools have been pushing pro-Palestinian propaganda? Could it be that the schools have joined in on what is known as this red-green alliance? Because that's what I'm seeing. That's exactly what I'm seeing.
That was very Oak
It was
Island.
Oak Island. Could it be? Is it possible? Could it be? It's Oak Island. Except we're asking real questions. Oak Island, they ask silly questions sometimes. Could it be? You know, when you hear something from someone who you think you can trust, you're more likely to believe what you're hearing. That is how successful demoralization works. Yuri Bezmenov explained this, that Americans were demoralizing other Americans. If I hear that Trump colluded with Russia from MS Now, I'm going to write it off immediately as BS because I know that MS Now has an agenda and the agenda is anti-Trump. But if I hear that Trump colluded with Russia and it comes from somebody on Fox News, or it comes from somebody on Newsmax, or it comes from somebody whose podcast I've been listening to for the last 5 years, I'm going to say, whoa, I don't think they have an agenda to undermine the president, an anti-Trump agenda. This might be true. And you're going to buy in. Or you're more likely to buy in because the person, the messenger who is bringing you the information is a messenger who you already trust. You don't trust MS Now. You do trust, for example, Sean Ryan. You shouldn't trust Sean Ryan. You should have stopped trusting Sean Ryan immediately after he pushed the Gravatic propulsion drone story last year, or it was early 2025. And then he did a softball interview with Hunter Biden. And then he did a softball interview with Gavin Newsom. It is healthy. It is okay to look at people who you trust with skepticism. Healthy skepticism. To say, hey, I trust this guy, but I'm not too sure about this theory. That's all right. That's a good thing. But demoralization works because of that dynamic. Yuri Bezmenov essentially explained that the demoralization of the American people will be because Americans are demoralizing other Americans. It is happening right now, but it is happening online. It's not happening in the real world. So in order for us to beat that, don't give in to the online noise. Call it out. Call awareness to it. Make examples of people who are doing it and who have been psyoped. Spend about 15 to 20% of your time doing that. But the rest of your time has to be picking up the slack. Building that army. That 10, 10, and 10 army that Dan Bongino talks about. Mobilizing them to build armies of their own. Reviving that too big to rig mindset that won us 2024 and bringing that army to the polls to defy historical odds and win the 2026 midterms. That is how it gets done. It gets done with real world conversations in the real world with real people about real issues, not about fairy tales, not about conspiracy theories, not about stuff like, look, you want to go down a rabbit hole? I'm not telling you can't go down a rabbit hole. Sometimes those things are fun, right? You know, you go down oh my goodness, did we actually go to the moon? Like, what's the deal? You want to do that? I'm not, but did we go to the moon doesn't help us win the midterms, right? Real conversations with real people in the real world about real issues. About the real wins that this administration has stacked. Tax cuts, the border, net negative migration, and so on and so forth. The end of DEI. Or the end of the spread. We've stemmed the tide of spread of that nonsense. The end of men and women's sports. That has peaked. That is starting now to recede. Even the Olympics are falling in line now. The end of America being taken advantage of by its European allies. The end of it. They're contributing more to NATO. I don't know if you saw Trump's Truth Social post this morning, but he called out the United Kingdom, said, hey, if you want to fix the Strait of Hormuz, then help us frickin' fix it. Or if you don't, then buy oil from the United States. You've got options. If you want to win the midterms, then start contributing to winning the midterms. We can fight these battles online, but the best way to fight these battles are in the real world. With real people having real conversations about real issues. We'll talk more about that because there is a new poll. I know, polling. I got polled again yesterday. It was a different type of poll, but I got polled again yesterday. It was an NORC poll. I get polled like once a week now. People are like, why do you get polled? I don't know. Probably because I answer them and I vote a lot, and I don't know. But I'm a very reliable answer for these polls. Anytime I get polled, I participate. So I'm probably on some list somewhere that says, if you text this guy, he's going to answer, and that's a guaranteed result, okay? No matter what, though, I got a poll about Walmart the other day. Seriously, I got a poll about Walmart. Have you heard that Walmart donates to charities in your community? I said, no, I had no idea. That Walmart's probably doing a study. But at the end of the poll, they say, who'd you vote for in 2024? Donald Trump. Right? So there were a lot of, there was some kind of cross-pollination going on in terms of the questioning. My point is, a new poll came out. Yes, the polls are real. No, the polls are not perfect, but it was a Harvard-Harris poll, which is very interesting because they don't want to find the results that they found. We're going to go through that because it's not good for Democrats, and it's a shot in the arm for us to give us confidence, to give us a little bit of wind in our sails, to take this data into the real world and find those votes, find those voters, motivate them, engage them, energize them, and mobilize them, and get them to the polls. If we want to win, we can win. Let's make it happen. Okay, here we go. Before we get to all that, I want to get to a word from our friends over at OFP Farms. It is OFPFarms.com. OFPFarms.com. Hey, the America 250 box is here. Many of us already got it. I'm going to show you what's in it Friday. Okay? I'm going to show you what's in it Friday. Here it is. Got it. So this is it. The America 250 box. You can pick this up at OFPFarms.com. OFPFarms.com. I've seen what's inside of it. It's crazy in there. It's an absolute experience in that box. Okay? You're going to want one. But first, let's talk about March Madness. Today is the last day of the March Madness sale. OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com. Today is the last day of the 25% off March Madness sale. If you use the code Sean at checkout, feel confident knowing that you're purchasing premium tallow and goat milk products handcrafted in small batches and delivered directly from the farm to your home. They have thousands of 5-star reviews, and OFP Farms is confident. I'm confident. Brennan's confident. Everybody in the chat is confident. If you have not tried OFP Farms products, we're all confident that you're going to love it as much as we do. As OFP Farms continues to grow, they kindly ask for your patience while they refresh the website, designs, and overall customer experience. Again, today is the last day of the March Madness OFP Farms 25% off sale. Take a look. Last day of the sale, March Madness sale, 25% off with your code Sean, SHAWN, at checkout. That is OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean, SHAWN, OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean, SHAWN, for 25% off. Today is the last day of the OFP Farms March Madness sale. So get in while the getting's good and get it done. OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean for 25% off. It is the last day of the OFP Farms March Madness sale. All right, here we go. The Democrats are not going to like what this Harvard-Harris poll found. Okay? They love to hang their hat on polling. They think polling is a perfect science. They were touting polling all before the Hillary Clinton election. They were touting it before the 2020 election, which was stolen. Trump still overperformed in those polls. They were touting it in the 2024 election. Donald Trump obviously overperformed a lot of those polls. It could be the same thing if we're serious about it. If we're serious about it. If we're not serious about it, then none of this matters. Then this conversation is falling on deaf ears. If we're serious about it, then you will heed my advice and start having real world conversations with real people about real issues so we can win the midterms. All right, let's start here. Democrats are not going to like what this poll, Harvard-Harris poll, has to say about fighting Iran or the midterms. The most recent Harvard-Harris poll had some intriguing elements, and you have to think the Democrats aren't going to like them. We have seen constant doom posting from them and the liberal media and other people online who are, nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Okay, again, stuff is happening. Just because it's not the stuff that you want on the timeline that you wanted it to happen doesn't mean nothing's happening. It just means that what you want to happen hasn't happened yet. It may not ever happen, but that still doesn't mean nothing is happening. Okay? It doesn't mean nothing is happening. If you believe what the doomers are spewing out, you would think that we're losing badly the war. Think of it. There are people out there that are telling you that the United States is losing the war against Iran. We have sunk 130 plus of their ships. We just destroyed what's being called an underground missile city in Isfahan last night, overnight in Iran with bunker busters. The United States, we took out their leader. Their other leader is apparently a cardboard cutout of the Ayatollah. Like, you think we're losing the war? And I'll tell you, the doomers on the right, the black pillars on the right, the nothing is happening crowd on the right, they're not really on the right. They said they were on the right, but now they're basically propagandists for the left. They're telling you that we're losing the war too. They're telling you that they are rooting against, and I said this back in June. They wanted this war so they could point at it and say, see, I told you we were going to get into a war. Trump is George W. Bush 2.0, even though there's no evidence that Donald Trump is going to let this war carry on for decades. Okay, that's number one. Number two, they want to point at, they are the ones who love it, as twisted as this sounds, when U.S. service members die, so they can turn around and point at it and go, another one died for Israel. They're farming clicks off of service members' deaths, folks. Once you see this, you cannot unsee it. It is sick. It is disgusting. They're farming clicks off of the deaths of U.S. service members. Once you see this, you'll never be able to unsee it. Don't listen to these people. Tune them out. They're not your friends. Treat them like the mainstream media. Okay, according to Harvard-Harris, the American people have not been taken in by the narrative. In the war with Iran, is Iran or the United States winning right now? 76% say the United States is winning. 24% says Iran is winning. Even Democrats say the United States is winning, 66-34. Republicans have a 91-9 split in favor of the United States, and independents favor the United States 70-30. That's a pretty healthy return. 76% believe the United States is winning. 24% think Iran is winning. Even among Democrats, it's a big majority. 66%. Then came the big question. Do you support or oppose undertaking the military airstrikes on Iran? And this is pretty even split. 51% support, 49% oppose. That's an even split. Yes, technically it's a majority, but it's well within the margin of error. 51% support the strikes, 49% are opposed, so it's tight. But technically, the poll found that more people support it than don't support it. The older folks over 35 generally support it. 45 to 54 age group, there's a blip. But it's the folks who know the history because they lived through some of it, the 47 years or so of Iranian hostility towards American soldiers in the region, towards our country, who kind of say, they kind of had this coming. And the younger folks are saying, they haven't attacked us. They're not going to, who don't kind of understand the complete dynamic of it yet. I'm not saying that, we're young and stupid. I'm just, we just don't have a full plate and a full slate of facts. Now, it says airstrikes, so opinions might change if ground attacks are involved, but it's also likely to change more to the positive if the Trump administration settles the question about the Strait of Hormuz. Given those markets and the Iran conflict, you might think the generic ballot for Republicans might be tanking. But here's another surprising number. In a midterm year, you guys know in the midterms, the political environment favors the party out of power. And in this case, the Democrats are out of power in the executive branch and the legislative branch. I don't like saying that they're out of power in the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court is technically nonpartisan, okay? Technically nonpartisan. And you can't flip the Supreme Court in the midterms, although the Democrats' plan would be to take the House, take the Senate, win the White House in 2028, nuke the filibuster, pack the Supreme Court, and flip it that way. But that's several steps ahead. But the Democrat Party is not the majority in power in any of the branches of government, executive and legislative branches. Both chambers of the legislative branch, the House and Congress, are controlled by Republicans, albeit with slim majorities. And the White House, the executive branch, is controlled by a Republican. So the midterms generally would favor the Democrats. It's just what historical trends would suggest. But even with the various issues, even with the online psyop, even with the demoralization that's gone on, even with the left-wing propaganda that is now being regurgitated by popular quote-unquote right-wing voices who are not right-wing voices anymore, the generic ballot is still much closer than one would think it should be. This is where I want to motivate you, okay? This is where I want to motivate. Now, back towards the beginning of the month, I think it was on March 16th, we had Chase Bowes on. And we're going to have him on again soon as more numbers keep coming in, right? We'll do another midterm Monday with Chase Bowes. Chase had a 4.7% advantage, percentage point advantage in the generic polling, the generic congressional ballot for the Democrats, 4.7, okay? That's sizable, but not insurmountable. Among likely voters, Democrats have a 4-point advantage in the generic poll. That is not a huge number. Not. Now, they still likely flip the House with this number, but that's not a big number. I hope you understand that. You have to understand, you got to factor in New York, you got to factor in California. It's like, the popular vote in elections. You could stack all these Democrat votes, but if you're stacking them in districts like San Francisco, Oakland, Seattle, Portland, New York City, Philadelphia, and Boston, it doesn't really matter in those swing districts across the country. I hope you get this, okay? But among likely voters, Republicans trail by 4 points, 52 to 48. However, among registered voters, Democrats only lead by 2 points, which is well within the margin of error. What does this mean? What do we get? What can we glean from this? Please understand, this is why I like polling, because it is data that we can analyze. It is not perfect. Okay? It is not perfect, but it's data. It's in front of me. It's in front of you. Take a look. When you look at this number here, this likely voters number, and it's a 4-point margin, but then you look at the registered voters and it cuts that in half and it's a 2-point margin, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? It tells you that if we reach more voters, those low propensity voters, those voters that are not considered likely voters, if we reach those people, we can win the midterms. We can hold the majority in the House if we lose the generic ballot by 2 percentage points, just like we can win the presidency through the Electoral College if we lose the popular vote by 2 percentage points. I really hope this makes sense to everybody. This right here is a perfect example and a perfect reason and a perfect justification to revive the too big to rig mindset. You've got to revive that mindset. That has got to come back this year. Too big to rig will win the midterms for Republicans if this data is correct. And again, Harvard-Harris is not a right-wing pollster. This is not Trafalgar. This is not Rasmussen. No offense to those pollsters, but they tend to skew a little bit back towards the center or to the right. Harvard-Harris skews to the left. So it's possible that these numbers that I was showing you on your screen, it's possible that these numbers are too far to the left. I hope you understand that. How do we turn registered voters into likely voters? Look at these numbers. Registered voters. How do we turn registered voters into likely voters? When you see the Democrat lead on the generic ballot cut in half among registered voters versus likely voters, like you see here, how do we turn registered voters into likely voters? It's not by sitting on our hands. It's not by throwing our hands in the air and yelling that nothing is happening. It's not screaming and yelling into the wind that politicians aren't being held accountable. It's by reaching them where they are. Door to door. County Republican events. Grassroots activism. Real world conversations with real world people about real issues to motivate them, to engage them, and to mobilize them, and to inspire them to be force multipliers themselves. You go out into the real world and you want to be a force multiplier and you want to engage these registered voters who may not be likely to vote, but you're going to turn that registered voter into a likely voter. You also want them to take those same tools that you've met them with, that you've mobilized them with, so they can mobilize 10 people of their own. This is how it gets done. It is quite literally this easy. We don't need to think outside the box here. We don't need to worry about other issues. I understand. Some of us may not trust the voting machines. I get it. I understand some of our states have the no excuse mail-in ballots. I get it. I understand all of that. All of that is very important. But we have proven that we can defeat that machine if we just become too big to rig. So revive that mindset. Get out in the real world. Meet real people, have real conversations about real issues, inspire them, engage them, motivate them, mobilize them, and that is how we can win the midterms. This data proves it. That if we mobilized more registered voters, we cut the deficit in half. And if we do that on a scale that the polling is not catching on to, we may flip the deficit and take the lead. But we can only do that if we truly want to do that. The Democrats have the enthusiasm. The Democrats have the energy. The Democrats have the wind in their sails of historical trends. But you know what the Democrats don't have? They don't have policy. What do they stand for? Other than Orange Man Bad, what does the Democrat Party stand for? What excuse is there? What reason is there other than I don't like Trump. Blah, blah, blah. No kings. What excuse other than that nonsense is there to vote Democrat? There's none. All of the policy positions that were rejected in the 2024 election, all of those policy positions that were rejected in the 2024 election, they have not abandoned. They've doubled, tripled, quadrupled down on. They want open borders even more open than they were before. They want to defund ICE. They still want to defund the police. They're still pro-crime. They're still pro-men in women's sports. They're still pro-men in the ladies' bathroom. They haven't abandoned. They haven't run towards the center. They haven't earned your vote. I know there are some disaffected Republican voting Democrat. You better not. Handing power to Marxists does not teach anyone a lesson. You're going to cut your nose off, like, I'll show that face. I'm going to chop off my nose because I hate it. And my face will learn. Now you've got no nose. Now what are you going to do? After you vote Democrat, what's your plan? Well, we're going to teach the Republicans a lesson. No, you're not. John Thune's not losing his seat in South Dakota. You don't teach anybody a lesson. You're handing power to Marxists. And then we're going to have to scratch and claw and fight our way out. You're not going to participate in the primaries. So when we do scratch and claw and fight our way out back into the 2028 election, you're going to wind up with rhinos on the ballot on the Republican side anyway, and you're not going to go anywhere because you're taking 2 steps forward and 2 steps back, and 2 steps forward and 2 steps back, and 2 steps forward and 2 steps back. I'd rather take 2 steps forward and then take a step back, and then take 2 more steps forward, and then we give a step back. And then 2 more steps forward. And we give another step back because at least incrementally we're moving forward. You get it? We're not going to clean out the rot of Washington, D.C. in one fell swoop. That was never realistic. Donald Trump is one guy in the executive branch. He can't clean out Congress. Could he endorse better candidates? Sure. I won't fight you on that. But folks, other than the district where he resides, he does not have a vote in these races. Who gives a damn who he endorses, really? If you want to see a better candidate win, let's say, for example, in South Carolina, against Lindsey Graham, then campaign for one. Knock on doors for one. Vote for one. Mobilize voters for one. If you've got local races like we do in our county, the election on May 5th for sheriff, the election in August for mayor, that's the primary election. If you've got local elections in your county, start campaigning for a candidate you believe in. Even if you lose that campaign, you're going door to door. You're activating voters. You're talking to these people who may be registered voters, but not likely voters. And you're getting them voting in August, so they're not going to forget to vote again in November. This is how we win. It's not easy. I have fun doing it, but not everyone has fun doing it. But this is how we win. And the data that I'm telling you about, that I'm showing you, proves that we've got a shot here. We could take advantage of this shot. If we really want to win, then we can win. We just got to do the work. Another question in this poll. Do you support or oppose requiring every voter to have valid ID to vote? 81% of respondents in this Harvard-Harris poll support voter ID, including 70% of Democrats, 81% of independents, and 92% of Republicans. We're winning on the issues. We're winning on the issues. We just have to make this campaign about the issues. That's it. That's it. And we have to make it about the issues in the real world. I don't know how many times I have to say this. What you do on X, can it play a role? Is it supplemental? Yes. But just taking creatine is not going to change your body composition, right? You got to take your creatine and then you got to go crush it in the gym. Over and over and over and over and over again. We saw this in Wisconsin. I don't know how many right-wing influencers just posting, vote for Brad Schimmel. I did it. I'm not in Wisconsin. Not much I could have done. Other than fly to Wisconsin and do it. And he lost. Because social media is not real life. It can impact real life. Things on social media can seep into real life. But for example, if you asked anybody, I bet you if we go door to door, right? And we talk to 100 people, okay? And we ask them, did you know that there was a report that Haitians were eating cats and dogs in Ohio? The majority of those people would say, I had no idea. What? That was a huge story. Yeah, it was, and it was in the debate. But that was a social media phenomenon. I'm telling you, folks, people have forgotten about that already because that was an online thing. And that might not be the best example because it was brought up in the debate. If you go door to door and you ask people about the Epstein files, they're not going to care. Not because it's not important, but because that's an online conversation. That's not a real world conversation. I can't even tell you the amount of people that we've spoken to door with the sheriff's campaign or just at local events. Not once have I heard someone talk about the Epstein files. Not once. That's not to say it's not important. That's to say it's not a real world issue. Nobody cares about this issue as much as they care about the price of beef or the price of housing or the price of healthcare or the price of energy or the price of gas. And these are things that the administration got to get control over, yes. But there's a plan for that. There is a plan for healthcare. Donald Trump wants to send the money directly to the people so we could buy our own health care instead of being instead of being told who we can or can't buy from on the healthcare exchange where they're picking winners and losers and the subsidy goes directly to the insurance company. There is a plan to make energy more affordable. Drill, baby, drill. There is a plan to make housing more affordable. Deporting illegals makes housing more affordable. Really? How? Well, less competition. You're not competing with people in this country who shouldn't be here. Make sense? It should. All right. We can win. What's up?
We've got a couple of birthdays in the chat, like a handful. Heather's husband, Steven, Mrs. Mocha, and Leanne, and they all would like birthday shout-outs.
Okay, we have to do that. We're going to do this in one fell swoop because this is a long one. That's a lot. Yes. That's a lot. Heather's husband, Stephen. Happy birthday, Stephen. Tremendous guy. Fantastic person. Highly respected person. Mrs. Mocha is another tremendous person. She's here all the time. Happy birthday to you. And who's the last one?
Leanne.
Leanne. We love Leanne.
Loving America is her username.
Loving America. She's doing a fantastic job. We want to say happy birthday to you, too. You're all great. Now. Look, here's the deal. We need you to hit the thumbs up button. Where are we?
Thumb it up, guys. We are at 7:17.
All right.
Yikes.
I haven't asked, so I'm not going to get mad at you.
Happy birthday.
But happy birthday. What if we do this?
What?
I have an idea.
What is your idea?
This is going to get
Lay
people
it on
mad.
us.
This is going to get people mad.
What?
No.
I love getting people mad.
How about this? How about this for the future?
What?
Another incentive. No birthday wishes until we hit 750. So you hit 750, we do birthdays, then we hit 50 more, we get Mo.
Well.
Not because we don't like the people. We clearly need a little bit of an incentive here. You know, we need that hot rod on your ass cheek to get you moving.
I feel like maybe I missed somebody.
Mrs. Mocha, Heather's husband, Steven, and...
I know, but I'm wondering if somebody else...
Who was it? Luann? No.
Leanne.
Leanne. Love in America.
I don't see her name in the chat
Love in America.
often, but she's...
All right.
Yeah, Leanne.
There we go. All right, good morning, everybody. In the chat. There we go.
If I missed you, I apologize.
Bad Moon says we could deal with that. The mayor approves of the 750 like birthday threshold.
And he also suggests a cattle prod.
That's why I said a hot rod against you.
You said that.
I said a hot rod on your ass cheek. That's a cattle prod.
Isn't a hot rod a car?
Well, yeah, but a rod that's hot makes you move. All right. All right, here we go. Let's get to a word from our friends over at Silent. It's slnt.com, slnt.com, slnt.com. Promo code SHAWN. We all are aware of the fact that our phones are tracking devices. I've only been saying that for a long time when we talk about our friends at Silent, right? Your phone is a tracking device. Whether it's government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, or those cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask, they just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. You know what no signal means? It means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. This is the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, that technology is available to you, so you can protect your family, your freedom, and your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it's off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbodies, Silent's patented technology gives you control of your privacy. Visit slnt.com/Sean, SHAWN, to save 15% and get free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. You guys know what to do. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. It's slnt.com/Sierra Hotel Alpha Whiskey November. slnt.com/SHAWN. Okay. Here we go. I want to play for you the Yuri Bezmenov clips that I was talking about, with regards to the demoralization. This has to make sense for everyone to understand what's going on online versus what's going on in the real world. So here is Yuri Bezmenov. I'm going to put this up on the screen. We're going to stop and go a little bit. This is the idea. He's a KGB whistleblower that essentially he defected, came to the United States and said, here's our plan, and here's how we intend to make it work. It's called ideological subversion. Watch this.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures or psychological warfare.
Psychological warfare, right? PsyOps. Psychological operations.
What it basically means is to change the perception of reality.
Change the perception of reality. Up is up. Down is down. Except when you start believing up is down and down is up.
Every American, to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions.
Despite the abundance of information, nobody is able to come to sensible conclusions. We have information all over the place that debunks a lot of the ludicrous nonsense that's online, right? That Israel's behind everything, that bees killed Charlie Kirk, that there were Egyptian planes, all that. We have the information. People are choosing not to believe it because they've been demoralized, because they've been ideologically subverted. Keep listening.
The interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. This is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards.
Thanks to lack of moral standards. And we've seen that, haven't we? I want you to apply that principle, that concept that Yuri was talking about to the podcast world. Moral people shouldn't lie, right? Folks who are guided by a strong moral compass shouldn't lie, whether knowingly or unknowingly. Some people unknowingly tell mistruths because they think they're the truth. If they don't then come back and correct those mistruths, then they are purposefully lying. I didn't know that was the case, Alex Jones, the kids at the Sandy Hook are crisis actors. And people still believe this guy because they want to believe it, because they trust him. He wouldn't lie to me. He did lie. He lost in court. He lied. Was the penalty excessive? Yes, but he lied. The kids at Sandy Hook were not crisis actors. Period. Full stop. Yes, 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. That is what happened. There are people like, well, there's no evidence of that. 6 million Jews. I'm doing Alex Jones again, but because I'm, you know what? I'm secretly trying to learn how to do Alex Jones so I can rip him to shreds. What do you think? Does it sound good? We've never been to the moon. The moon's a concept of Satan. It's up in there. Does that sound good?
This is the guy with the frogs that turned gay.
Yeah.
That's funny.
He kind of sounds like this all the time. Buy my supplements or y'all
You
gonna
sound like a cowboy.
Well, that's what it is. He's from Texas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, then you're doing good.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you don't buy my supplements, you're going to contribute to the deep state taking down our country. Does that sound good or not? The problem is I have to.
Talk that fast?
He's fast. Yeah. The problem is I have to watch Alex Jones to learn how to sound like Alex Jones, and I don't want to do that. The Florida and the waters turn a freaking frogs gay. I have to sound fatter, so I got to grab my throat. All right.
No, just eat some burgers.
No.
Okay.
No. Okay. When we come back from this message from goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, I'm going to play for you a second Yuri Bezmenov clip about demoralization. Pay attention. Pay attention to how Yuri Bezmenov says demoralization works and how it's carried out here in the United States. Before we do that, a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Thank you, Jeremy and Golden Crest. I want to shout out a comment in the chat. Nikki G27 says, I'm so grateful for you talking about this. The black pills on the right are helping to destroy momentum. We need more of this focus. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Nikki G27. I'm glad you appreciate what we're doing here. Last week, I was sitting there. I was like, social media is so negative. Everything is so negative. Nothing's happening. And I'm not saying everything's perfect. That's not what I'm trying to tell you. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. You still have taken 1 net step forward. Okay? Yeah, are some bad Republicans going to get in? Yes. But it's, again, we have a job too. If they're not governing with our consent, what do? We vote them out when? In the primary. Primary participation among Republican voters is like 20%. No good. Like, not at all. All right. Yuri Bezmenov, this is how demoralization works. How they carry it out here successfully in the United States. And I want you to think about what you're about to hear. We're going to stop and start it a few times because the parallels to what you're seeing in the podcast world, the black pill world, the doomer world is exactly what Yuri Bezmenov is describing here. Listen.
The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans.
Now, he's talking about it on a national level. It's done by Americans to Americans. This is happening in our schools, right? The schools are teaching children, American teachers are teaching American students, the country is systemically racist. There's a gender gap. Then they're pumping in all this information about how men can be women, women can be men. If you're black, you're born oppressed. If you're white, you're born an oppressor. You have an implicit bias. That's being done in our schools, which was, what Yuri said was the plan. Indoctrinate American students. Then they graduate, they become the teachers, they indoctrinate another generation, and the system feeds itself. But I want you to think about this in the terms of what you're seeing online on social media. He's saying it's easy to demoralize Americans if Americans give the information to other Americans, right? If a Soviet came into the United States and said, your country is systemically racist, worst country in the world, you must tear it down and rebuild, you will say, F you, Soviet, F you, commie, America is the best country in the world. But when you have an American voice telling you that, you're more likely to believe it. Now apply that to what's going on with Republicans on social media. If you've gotten into the habit of trusting a Candace Owens, an Alex Jones, an Owen Schroyer, an Elijah Schaffer, the Haji twins, and these folks, right? Matt Walsh, Megyn Kelly. If you've gotten into the habit of trusting them, well, like I said at the beginning of the show, if MS Now came out and said Donald Trump is colluding with Russia or Donald Trump is owned by Israel, by the way, it's the exact same psyop. In 2016, Trump is owned by Russia. 2026, Trump is owned by Israel. They just changed the name of the foreign country. The difference is the left and mainstream voices on the left were the main ones pushing the Russia hoax, which is why it didn't work on many of us on the right. Now you've got voices that would be considered mainstream or popular or influential on the right that are pushing the Trump is owned by Israel talking point. That's why so many more people on the right are falling for it. So just like Yuri said, it would be done by Americans to Americans. This is being done by right-wing people to demoralize right-wing people because they're more likely to believe a Megyn Kelly than they would be to believe a Rachel Madcow. Hope that makes sense. Let's keep going.
Thanks to lack of moral standards, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization.
Does that sound familiar to anybody? To the folks who are indoctrinated deeply by the narratives pushed out by Candace, Alex Jones, etc., etc. Whether it's about the Jews, whether it's about Charlie Kirk, whether it's about the Epstein files, whatever it might be. Going after those people who are deeply, you're not going to change their minds. You're not. They're demoralized. You can show them proof that Brigitte Macron is a woman. DNA proof. They'll just say it's fake. They're demoralized, detached from reality. You can show them forensics reports about Charlie Kirk's assassination. I know there's this nonsense story about the bullet. That's because the bullet was fragmented. So the defense is saying, well, it doesn't match because it's in pieces and it doesn't. Duh. But the fact that the bullet is fragmented, I hope you understand this, means that it was a soft point bullet fired by that 30-06, which supports the idea of no exit wound. Because there wouldn't be an exit wound with a soft point bullet if it contacted bone. That's for another day. Misfit probably has more on that. He put a video about that yesterday. You can shower these people in truthful information and they will just look at it and go, nah, that's Fed slop. That's not real. They said, oh, the FBI is protecting pedophiles. We showed you the proof, the receipts, that there was a 490% increase in arrests of online child predators. And they go, nope, they made that up. And they're not going after the other ones. So they're still protected. It doesn't matter. You can show these people all the information that you want. It's just like there are people on the left who believe Donald Trump colluded with Russia. They don't care that the dossier has been proven nonsense, proven fake. It doesn't matter. They're demoralized. And until they get a kick in their nuts, they will not wake up. So cast them aside and do what we said must be done. Get out in the real world. Reach those registered voters. Turn them into likely voters. Their vote counts just as much as a vote of somebody who's following some of these doomers out there who's, oh, I'm going to vote Democrat. I'm not going to vote at all. Okay, fine. We're just going to replace you with somebody else who could fill out a ballot. Because they're out there. We just have to find them. And we will. We can and we will if we want to. That is how we win the 2026 midterms, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching and listening. We got Mo. Yep. Thank you guys for a great time. Thank you guys for watching and listening. We appreciate it. Jeremy Herrell coming up next to you on rumble.com/LFA TV. Class dismissed. I hope you enjoyed How to Win 101. Eli did a great job with the thumbnail this morning. I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you so much for watching and listening. We greatly appreciate it. As President Trump says, we will never give up. We will never give in. We will never ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless us, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, rumble.com/LFA TV. Have a great rest of your day. Jeremy Herrell up next with Live from America for the next couple hours. Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It is Tuesday, March 31st, last day of the first quarter of the year of our Lord 2026. And you're locked and loaded on rumble.com/LFA TV. This specific show is live from America. And I am your ever so humble, God-fearing host of the show, Jeremy Herrell. And as you can see, it says, And CFAM, how you doing? Welcome to Live from America. Today is Tuesday, March 31st, year of our Lord 2026. Thank you very, 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 very much for being here. Big shout out to Sean and Brennan. Great show. And Sean is a stickler for information and learning and wisdom and understanding how to win elections. He dives deep into poll numbers and things like that. Kind of a nerd, but information is powerful. And he's got a lot of it. So I hope you enjoyed that How We Can Win podcast that he just got done. And then, of course, Zach for the Misfit Patriot and the Daily Breakdown right after Rise Up this morning. And now we're here, the 11 o'clock hour. And I don't know about you, but where I live, it is very dark, very rainy, and very hot. So just one of those days. Yesterday, though, we had like over 80 degrees, and it was really nice. Got out there, did some yard work, raked up some leaves, got ready to get the mower out because we're going to be mowing pretty soon. So hopefully you guys got to experience some real good weather over the last week. Better weather coming, by the way. Happy Taco Tuesday, somebody said. Somebody else just said they just saw my reel. Yeah, I just put out a reel. If you wanted to know, I just put out a reel challenging the people that just can't seem to stop running their mouths about things that they don't know about and are hurting the MAGA movement every time they do it. Ryan Matta, Owen Schroyer, Ian Carroll. Yeah, I just put out an actual challenge to them. An actual challenge, just like old school. Two men have differences, meet up, fight. Loser deletes all social media. And I know there's going to be a bunch of people in there. Oh, you're overweight, you're old. Oh, you're not going to be able to do this. Why would you want to do that? You're paid by Israel, blah, 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 blah. But when it all comes down to it, when the rubber meets the road, you either accept or you decline. You accept or you decline. Everybody has a mouth. Everybody can talk. You either accept or you decline. We fight like two men. Loser deletes their social media forever. I think that's fair. Don't you? Ryan Matta and me meet up. We have a sanctioned, agreed to, consensual fight. Like two men in a ring in a cage. Loser deletes social media. Right, Eli? I meet up with Owen Schroyer. Loser deletes social media. And guess what? We stream the whole thing for the entire world to see. Eli, I think that might be the best way to handle all of this back and forth crap, is just go back to old school. We'll see. I guarantee you they don't accept. I hope they do. I pray they do. I'll even pay for their flight wherever they need to go. Out of my own money. Not even Slurp Fund money.
Damn Skippy. Damn Skippy. Old school is what this country needs. A good old-fashioned beat down between two able and willing men. Solve the problem, end the problem afterwards, and move on amicably.
Yeah, that's right. Fun Mom says you'll have to fight him in El Salvador, though. Even though he's praising Bukele every day, but Bukele loves Trump and praises Trump every day. So, riddle me that one, Batman. I'm just sick and tired of the people. I'm just sick and tired. The Fuenteses, Drew Hernandez, all of them. Alex Jones, all of them. Doesn't matter who they are. Don't care who they are. Can be the Hodge twins. Don't care. Loser deletes social media forever. Fair challenge. Don't you think so? That means if we lose, I lose LFA. That's a big thing to put on the line, isn't it? But I think the damage they're doing to this country is worse. I think the damage that they're doing to this country is far worse than somebody deleting social media. And because we live in a world of no accountability, I have a feeling you're never going to ever see that happen. But I digress. Let's move on. We got a lot to go through today. You'll see all the news in the ticker at the bottom. Also in the ticker at the bottom is the address that you can send things to this studio. We no longer have a New Hampshire address for anything. You can send it all to Iowa. We would appreciate that. That way you don't get it sent back to you. I know some people just reached out to me yesterday looking for the new address as well. Everything is down there in the ticker, including what we're going to show on today's program. However, the opening video of the day has to do with the Supreme Court in an 8-1 ruling for the future of America and our wonderful kids in this country. Another big win
A Colorado law banning so-called conversion therapy for LGBTQ children. Shannon Bream watching this and getting the ruling now. What was decided? Good morning to you, Shannon.
Hey, Bill, good to see you. So a therapist out there in Colorado challenged this law when it was passed, saying, I need to be able to counsel clients for whatever services they're seeking. So the court looked at this, finally decided 8-1 in her favor, striking down that law in Colorado. I want to read you part of what they said. They said it's censoring speech based on viewpoint, specific things. It says the First Amendment stands as a shield against any effort to enforce orthodoxy in thought or speech in this country. It goes on to say, even if you have good intentions in this law, if you suppress speech based on a particular viewpoint, it just can't stand up. I mean, 8-1. There was only one dissenter here. It was Justice Jackson. She has said that this ruling is potentially catastrophic. She says the majority finds at bottom that Colorado likely cannot legislate to protect the children of its state if by doing so it happens to keep state licensed healthcare providers from saying what they want to minors. She goes on to say it will ultimately risk grave harm to Americans' health and well-being. She says you should be able to regulate the speech of somebody who's providing care to minors. 8-1, majority of the court did not think so, Bill.
Okay.
8-1. That's good for the future of our country. I don't know how free speech or expression allows a minor to go through some kind of, conversion or talk therapy. Minors can't do a lot of things. What are we going to do next? Advocate for minors to go out there and buy booze because they want to, because they want to see what it's like, because it's a First Amendment right for them to get drunk? What's next? We're gonna outlaw drug use for minors, for kids. Let them buy cigarettes. Might as well. Hell, let's let them go into the gambling hall too. Let's let them have access to porn, right? Because it's their First Amendment expression, right? Big win for the United States. And an 8-1, I couldn't believe it, 8-1. You know, we've seen a lot of that lately. We've seen a lot of the Supreme Court actually voting, or I should say ruling, together on cases, I think more than I've seen in recent history lately. We've seen a lot of that, 6-1, 7-1, 8-1, 9-0 in a couple. So I'm very, very, very happy for that. And when we're happy for things here, why not, right? I mean, there's enough bad news out there. There's enough negativity out there to when we have a win, we can act like we have a win. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. And I think we got a lot of wins going on, to be honest with you. The doomers and the gloomers of the world would like to make you think that, would like to make you think the world is dying. The world is on fire right now. But it's not. The world is getting restructured right now. The world is getting a facelift right now. And who's delivering that who's administering that facelift? Who's administering that upgrade? President Trump and his administration, what you voted for. Don't let any of these people tell you, oh, look, what you voted for, everything you voted for was a lie. Everything that you voted for was just a promise by President Trump that he couldn't deliver on. Oh, yeah? I bet you before summer is over, every one of us who have a brain will be able to look at you and say, I told you so. I told you so. Oh, what? Because he's taking out Iran and sending some troops and crushing these people? Oh, this is not what I voted for. You know, if the TV didn't exist, you wouldn't even know what was happening. You might say, well, gas prices, they tell me it's happening. You don't know that's why it's happening. If you didn't have any TV, you wouldn't know anything. It doesn't affect your daily life. Even gas prices go up and down at the whim of a fart. Globally. You wouldn't know. Stop acting like you know everything when you don't. Stop acting like President Trump has gone back on promises because he hasn't delivered something for you in every perfect way that you want it, wrapped with a little tight ribbon and a little bow and a little letter on there just for you because nobody else exists. I've never seen so many weak America first people in my life. America first my ass. Cowards. All of them. Every single one of them. I've never seen so many un-American, America First people ever. We're America First. We're America First. And yet they dog our troops. I can't believe our sons and daughters have to go fight. Look how sad they look having to deploy. Look how weak we look. You disrespectful trash bag. How dare you disrespect the military like that? Like I said, anybody who's not signed on that dotted line has no idea what goes through your head when you do. And you want to know the first thing that goes through your head when you sign on that dotted line? If there's any kind of reservation whatsoever, that reservation is this and nothing but this. Will I go to war and will I die? And when you work through that, whether it's with your Father in heaven or your parents here on earth, when you figure that all out, am I willing to do this? Why am I signing on this dotted line? Once you work all that out and realize, because I want to do anything I can to protect this country, and you put your name on that dotted line, guess what? From that moment forward, you train to do just that. And when your name gets called up, the first person that is screaming, hoorah, is you. The first person that's got their stuff packed and ready to go in line is you. Not all those people online going, oh, our sons and daughters, when they have no sons and daughters. It's all for show. It's all for clicks. It's all for likes. There's no patriotism within these people at all. How dare they treat our military that way? Especially if you never signed on that line. If you never signed on that line, then I don't want to hear you whine. It's that simple. With politics, with voting, with military, with all of it. Shut up. As we get started here today, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce to you, if it is your first time, to Kalshi. 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 And when you go to kalshi.com/LFA, for any trading or any kind of betting on the odds, then you'll get a $10 coupon, a $10 credit. And you can use that $10 to go in there and bet right now. Not even your own money. And when you go to Kalshi.com, a lot of you, because you're watching this show, are going to go to the politics tab. And once you get there, you can chime in. A lot of these people in here have no idea what they're talking about. A lot of these people that are in here betting, they're not betting because they understand politics like you do. They're in here betting just because they don't like somebody. They've got TDS. They don't like the war, whatever it is. Now, there's a ton of stuff that, will the Save America Act become law? Look at that. It's still a 90-10 market. Pam Bondi out as Attorney General. Before or after September 1st? 38-12. Who will leave the administration this year? Major news story this month. Will Trump's birthright citizenship law come into effect? Will the U.S.-Iran nuclear deal be done before or after a certain date? All of these things you can go in and trade on today. Kalshi.com, but make sure you put /LFA to get your $10 credit. Go to Kalshi.com today, folks. The best place for market betting, including politics. There's no place like it. And I have 3 active ones going on right now. Now, I don't do a lot. I just use a little bit of money here and there, a little extra money, just to chime in, just to have my voice heard. And when I win, that money goes into the Slurp Fund. And it's my own money that I put up, not Slurp Fund money. So it's a win-win for Lfa Tv. Kalshi.com/LFA, folks. That is Kalshi.com/LFA. Get your $10 credit today. And a big shout out to Kalshi. I love those guys, man. Those guys are awesome. I love what they're doing over there. And, unlike some of the other betting markets, they're not constantly in and out of court for doing something illegal or wrong. Right? B-Hop says, don't say Save America Act, or Save Act, say Save America Act trumps orders. Excuse me, I don't take orders from anybody either. If I say Save Act, people know what I'm talking about. Okay? If I say Save Act, people know what I'm talking about. Everybody knows what we're talking about. So we're not going to be nitpicky. Big shout out to Kalshi. Thank you so very much. Okay, folks, let's go to the Lord in prayer. We have 3,053 people watching. Here we go. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray and say, amen. Amen. Scotty said, thank you to all who have helped me. That's the second time you guys have all helped Scotty out. So, Scotty, we're praying for you to never need help again. Okay? Find a job, work the job, stay in the job. No matter what. Okay? That's our prayers for you. All right? Okay. Let's get into it. Lift up your cups. Let's have our first slurp of the day. And our first story of the day is exactly what the thumbnail shows. President Trump tells Europe and the Gulf states to fix the Strait of Hormuz themselves amid reports that he's willing to end the war without reopening the strait. Says, you're going to have to start learning how to fight for yourselves. Go get your own oil because we're about done. I love it. You know what this conflict in Iran actually did? You know what the greatest thing that come out of this was? Yes, we killed a bunch of Muslims. That's fun, right? Ridding the world of a bunch of terrorist, disgusting Muslim individuals. That is fun. Absolutely. But I think the biggest thing that we're going to get out of this is which countries are loyal to the United States and their allied partnership with us, and which countries are faking the front. You know what faking the front means? That means that you're just pretending when in all actuality, you are everything but. It's kind of like a rhino, a Republican in name only. Right? The UK, France, and Italy. The next time you need something, you aren't getting squat from us. You showed your true colors. That's the problem with you guys. You expect the United States of America and her taxpayers to fund whatever it is that you need and to keep you safe from any invasion. Do you realize if it wasn't for the United States of America, Europe would be Russia or China? Do you know that? The United States allows Germany, Italy, France, Ireland, the UK, Scotland, Japan, everybody else. They allow them to be a country. If the United States ceases to exist tomorrow, Russia and China take over everything and fight over what's left. You understand that, right? So when we say jump, the French better say, "Ooh, sacre bleu, how high do you want us to jump, President Trump?" When we say jump, Italy better say, "Oh, mamma mia, how high do you want us to jump, President Trump?" When we say jump, the Japanese better go, "Oh, sarigatu. Oh, yes, President Trump, we jump high." And Eli, when President Trump tells Scotland to jump, what should they say?
Aye, right, President Trump. How high would you like us to jump? Right over those highlands over there? That's what we can do for you. All right, back to you.
That's right. And because you didn't, now, when something or somebody threatens you, you can save yourself. That's where we're at. President Trump on Tuesday suggested that he will withdraw troops from the Middle East and force Europe and Asia and the Gulf nations to deal with Iran's blockade on the Strait of Hormuz after they refused his calls for help. And do you know the help that all the help that he really wanted was just to use their air bases. Wasn't even for them to get involved and send ships there, really. It was just to use their air bases, and they even said no to that. Good. Good. Because you know what's going to happen? If Trump withdraws and Iran reclaims the Strait of Hormuz, your oil is going skyrocketed. And guess what you're going to do? You're going to turn around and buy it from us. That's what you're going to do. Here's what President Trump said. All those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait and take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore. Just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. President Donald J. Trump. I love it. He is forcing the world to buy from us. He is taking power away from Venezuela. He's taking the power away from Iran. If he wanted to, he'd take the power away from China, which, by the way, by proxy, he already has by taking the power away from Venezuela and Iran. He's got the world put up on a platter for Europe to partake in the spoils of that. But here's the problem with Europe. They have always been, they will always be, bitches. Period. All of Europe are cowards. That's why a ragtag country with half of the muskets that they had not working, pitchforks, axes, and other clever tools of engagement and of war, that's why they were able to take their own independence. Canada couldn't even do it. And they're right next to us. America is the best country on earth. Filled with the most courageous people on earth. Now, I know the new generation isn't. The new generation is a lot like European. Gay, weak. But there's still some Gen X and Gen Z and baby boomers and early millennials that are still alive, that love this country, that would fight for this country, and that would beat any one of those countries in a standing war with the military, with the ammunition that we have. So I don't think that this war, the win of this war, is just getting rid of Islamic terrorists. I think the win of this war is exposing everything we needed to know about Europe. Here's the press talking to President Trump about Emmanuel Macron and his involvement or lack thereof during all of this.
About the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, I have spoken to him. He's been on a scale of 0 to 10. I'd say he's been an 8. Not perfect, but it's France.
Are you
we don't expect perfect.
Are you confident that France will help with the reopening of Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I mean, sure. He's gonna.
He has to.
I think he's going to help. I mean,
if
I'll
he
let you
doesn't,
know. I spoke to him yesterday. I don't do a hard sell on them.
Macron about.
Here's the thing. France, Italy, Germany, the UK, the Netherlands, Scotland, Ireland, all of them. If they don't go do this, they don't have oil. They're going to have to turn around and buy it from one of two people, Russia or America. Russia, they are not allied with. America, they are. I could see France turning around and buying oil from Vladimir Putin. I could see Starmer turn around and buy oil from Vladimir Putin. I could see that. You know who's not going to do that? The new Prime Minister of Japan. Italy probably wouldn't either. These countries got a lot of problems, folks. And they've never been allied with the United States of America. They've always been against the United States of America. Trump is just the only one that's been able to show it. And the world doesn't know how to react to it.
We have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And you know, they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times. Well, we have a coalition formed, but
what Trump is doing is setting us up to be every country's need. All of the manufacturing, hi Nick, how you doing, buddy? All of the manufacturing left this country 50 to 100 years ago. Nobody relies on the United States anymore except for one thing, and that is a piggy bank. The world looks at the United States of America and sees money. And they've been robbing us blind for decades. President Trump comes in and says, now I'm going to restructure the world. I'm going to get ahead of everybody else on chip manufacturing. I'm going to get ahead of everybody else on AI. I am going to crush the world's energy and make them need us again. So now, how this is shifting out to be, how this is turning out to be, is the world is going to rely on the United States again, much like they did during World War II and after. Not in the same exact way, but still relying on us nonetheless. And that is why I want to punch Ryan Matta in the face, Owen Schroyer in the face, Alex Jones in his teeth, Dave Smith in the back of his head. Because these people are too stupid to understand what this man is doing, how he's operating. All they care about is, will the thing that I want be done and fixed tomorrow? If not, Donald Trump is a traitor and I shouldn't have voted for him. That's why I can't stand disloyal losers like that. That's why. Because they're calling this man something that he isn't when he's doing everything that every other president wouldn't. And it's about damn time that somebody is. And I grew up in a world where you got nothing when you asked for it. So if I get half of what I asked for, that's a blessing from God. I don't expect everything to be perfect. I don't expect everybody that I want in jail to be put in jail now, or maybe even all of them ever. What I do expect is a secure country full of Americans, with American people having babies again, and to secure our culture and our tradition for my grandkids. That's all I care about. And if anybody tells you that Donald Trump went back on his word and they spent lots of money and lots of time getting him elected, my first question, only question is, okay, what would you rather have? Take Donald Trump out of the picture. Who are you going to put in that place right now, today? Let's move him. Let's take down, in a hypothetical situation here. Let's take Donald Trump. Let's pluck him out of the White House seat, put him over here. Who are you putting in there? Who's doing a better job today on everything? Tucci said, Jeremy, if we have so much oil, why are the prices going up? Because Trump hasn't released those reserves into our market yet. Because he knows that releasing our reserves and all of this, what do you want to call it, inventory that we're building up to sell other countries is far more damaging than it is to let this finish and end and play out. And I'm going to prove it to you that most Americans don't even care. Even Americans like us who live paycheck to paycheck really don't care. They would rather see Trump fix things that 5, 6 other presidents have promised and get it done so we don't got to deal with it again. And knowing that the gas price is going to go up for a couple months and go back down. Releasing all of that into our economy, into our market, lowering the price of gas down to $2 is going to be far more damaging than letting it happen on its own, which it's going to do. That's why. Marco Rubio had some stuff to say on ABC News. He's a little heated here, but he should be.
Okay, and that's what this is. It's about very specific objectives. The president laid them out on the first night of the operation. I'll repeat them to you now because I hear a lot of talk about we don't know what the clear objectives are. Here they are. You should write them down. Number one, the destruction of their Air Force. Number two, the destruction of their Navy. Number three, the severe diminishing of their missile launching capability. And number four, the destruction of their factories so they can't make more missiles and more drones to threaten us in the future. All of this so that they can never hide behind it to acquire a nuclear weapon. That was our objective from the beginning. That remains our objective now. We are on pace and, in fact, ahead of schedule on some of those things, and we are going to achieve those things in a number of weeks, not in a number of months.
Number of weeks, not in a number of months. A number of weeks, not in a number of months. We're going to achieve all of it. And if people say, well, if we do not rely on the Strait of Hormuz, then why are prices going up on fuel? If we don't even get our fuel from them anyway. Well, because other prices are going up globally. So because we have a global economy, here's what President Trump is trying to get us away from. By the way, thank you, Echo Bella. Says, I can't share because I no longer have social media, but I can make a donation. And she just covered 10 people for the day. Thank you very much, Echo Bella. Appreciate you so very much. President Trump is trying to get us away from relying on a global economy. President Trump is trying to make it so if Italy's economy collapses tomorrow, America doesn't feel it. If China's economy collapses or takes a big dip tomorrow, then America barely notices it, like a mosquito. If Europe's economy collapses and the euro is worth nothing, then America barely feels it. That's not the way it is right now. The way it is right now is if one of these other nations collapse, most likely so do we. Because they literally, ladies and gentlemen, sell us everything. They can't make anything. If their economies collapse, we're not buying anything. If we're not buying anything, then we're not getting anything here that we need. And there's no manufacturing here to cover it. President Trump went out the last year and got $30 trillion of money from other countries, other nations, to invest in this country, to build manufacturing plants and jobs here for us to start filling in end of 26 and fiscal year 2027. It takes time, guys. What he's trying to do is he's trying to make us collapse-proof from outside. Meaning if all these other countries start collapsing, we are strong. That's what he's trying to do. And I can't stand that people won't give him a minute to do it. How else do you think we're ever supposed to get back there? If you want America to be great again, meaning the energy dominance of the world, the manufacturing dominance of the world, the fashion dominance of the world, the art dominance of the world, then guess what? In order to get back there, some things have to happen. Some sacrifices need to be made, and there needs to be some short-term pain for some long-term gain. You just don't wake up tomorrow and go, well, I expect everything to be better. It doesn't work that way, guys. Trump is doing everything that I voted him to do. And anything that isn't being done isn't ultimately his blame this early into it. It might be because he delegated it to the wrong people. And maybe it falls on him to redelegate and get some different people in there and replace them with some other people. But we have, just like the liberals say, no king. So he can't make unilateral decisions. He can't make unilateral decisions and open up the DHS. He can't make unilateral decisions and decide to do whatever the hell he wants, whenever the hell he wants. That is a constitutional republic. That's right, Sherry. And that's right, Chrissy D. It has to hurt if it's to heal. Folks, we have 3,500 live viewers. Would be really awesome if we could do one big round of sharing. Let's try our hardest together to get to 4,000 live viewers. Every share is 10 new people. Just look at it that way. Right now, we're number 6 on the live leaderboard. 100 people behind Alex Jones. Let's move it up. All right. A Gallup poll, recent Gallup poll, shows that Americans are largely unbothered by the gas spikes after the Iran strikes. How about that? It's no secret that Americans don't like high gas prices, especially in a country where we drive so far for literally everything. But a Gallup poll released last week found that it's not the issue consumers identify as the country's most pressing concern. Not by a long shot, actually. Conducted in the days immediately after the U.S. and Israel initially struck Iran on February 28th, the poll released Thursday found that only 35% of Americans are worried a great deal about the availability and affordability of gas. The exact same percentage of Americans felt similarly last year, and an even larger 37% of Americans felt in 2024 during former President Joe Biden's final year in office. Quote, in 2022, during the last major spike in gas prices, 47% say they were worried a great deal. Gallup has observed elevated worry about energy at other times of rising gas prices, such as in 06, 08, and 11. Nationwide, the average gallon of gas at the end of February was $2.98. As March draws to a close, that average is almost a full dollar higher at $3.90. And that's according to AAA. The Gallup poll also found that only 2% of Americans considered gas and energy prices the top issue facing the country. Only 2%. Only 2%. That's right, Dilly 18. Italy denied U.S. aircraft. Yep, we just covered that in the last 20 minutes. That's right. And that's why they're on notice. Only 2%, folks, of the country feels that it's top issue facing the country. Americans instead appear to be more worried about government, 28%, the economy overall, in general, 15%. We're talking jobs, income, consumer pricing index, consumer confidence, stock market. And I know all that's tied to energy as well. Immigration, 14%. And inflation, 10%. Only 43% of Americans expected a critical energy shortage to occur within 5 years. This was significantly short of the 55% who felt this in 2022. The numbers appeared drastically affected by political positions. A sizable 46% of Democrats worried a great deal about gas and energy, whereas only 23% of Republicans share the same sentiment. Why? Because Republicans are smart enough to know when this is going to end. The figures reflect a 10 percentage point decline in concern among Republicans since last March. Early in President Trump's second term, and an 8-point increase in concern among Democrats, according to Gallup. Now, President Trump said on the day that he started striking Iran, this was going to happen. He said, we're going to see a spike in gas prices for a period of weeks. He said, we're at a point in our country economically where we can afford this hit right now, even all the way down to the people that are making less, making minimum wage. He said, yes, it's going to hurt for a bit, but what you're going to get on the other side is going to be better than what you are right now. So he said, our country is strong enough to take this hit. Let's take it now, rather than involuntarily taking it later when we're worried about 10 other things and this blindsides us and destroys all the progress that we're working on. That is why he said to do it. And a Gallup poll says Americans, majority, are not that they don't care about high gas prices, because they do, but it's not their top priority. Slam says, speak for yourself. Actually, Slam, I'm speaking for 98%. Only 2%. So you're part of the 2%. So we're speaking for the majority, not the minority. Some people said, Jeremy, Christian said Trump better be right. I guess time will tell. Don't need to listen to me. But somebody said, Jeremy, I thought you were supposed to be somewhere with your son today. Do you know why I'm not? I'm not because of two things. One, prices of gas and where we had to go would have cost us a lot of money. And two, I need to be here in this seat. I was just gone 2 or 3 weeks ago. I can't be gone again that short, in that just short of time. I have to be here. This is my job. So those two reasons. So I am sacrificing. I decided I'm not going to spend a few $100 extra right now in gas that we don't have, that we don't want to use for that. So, you know, sometimes we just got to pull back during these times and just not do things that we would normally do. Slam says, I have a question. When do we follow polls, and when do we say polls are bullshit and a lie? I can't keep up, depending on who's the poll from and what it's polling and how many people they polled and if it's an election season or not. Your best polls these days are predictive betting sites like Kalshi, Polymarket, because that has real people putting in real money in the game, real skin in the game. So again, depends on who's taking the poll, depends on how many people were polled, depends on where it was polled, depends on what it's polled, depends on what time it is. Is it election time or not? Is it about the election or is it not? And really, you got to use your own discernment and not ask a podcaster every time you have a question. Now, as we end this Iran conflict discussion, the FBI confirms that the Michigan synagogue attacker was inspired by Iranian-backed Hezbollah terrorists. Another naturalized citizen turned terrorist. And all of that money that they were getting to fund this stuff, to train them, to get them plane tickets to and from places outside the country, to train them on terrorist militant agendas and strategies, that no longer is happening because we crippled Iran. So you can't say America was not under any imminent threat by Iran. No, only Americans dying every single year for the last 50 years because of Iran. Only American allies being disrupted, trade routes being disrupted, money markets being manipulated because of Iran. ISIS, Hezbollah, Hamas, Al-Qaeda, all of them funded by Iran. America's in no imminent danger, though. Yeah, okay. Federal authorities have officially determined that the violent attack on a Michigan synagogue earlier this month was not random, but a calculated act of terrorism inspired by an Iran-backed terror group, Hezbollah. How about that? Detroit FBI Special Agent in Charge Jennifer Runyon dropped the bombshell at a press conference Monday, declaring that the March 12th ramming attack on the temple, which we showed, remember that? We showed the car, just kept railing it. It was a clear act of terrorism motivated by a Hezbollah militant ideology. Based on the evidence gathered to date, we assess that this attack to be a Hezbollah-inspired act of terrorism purposely targeting the Jewish community and the largest Jewish temple in Michigan. The FBI defines terrorism as a violent criminal act by an individual who is inspired by or associated with a designated foreign terrorist organization. We do not make this characterization lightly without a thorough review and a keen evaluation of the facts in this case. The evidence shows the attacker was motivated and inspired by a Hezbollah militant ideology. Here is that special agent in Michigan
On the
for
evidence
the FBI.
gathered to date, we assess this attack to be a Hezbollah-inspired act of terrorism purposely targeting the Jewish community and the largest Jewish temple in Michigan. The FBI defines terrorism as a violent criminal act by an individual who is inspired by or associated with a designated foreign terrorist organization. We do not make this characterization lightly without a thorough review and keen evaluation of the facts. In this case, the evidence shows the attacker was motivated and inspired by Hezbollah's militant ideology. Although the assailants' attack planning and mobilization to violence began in earnest on March 9th, which I will fully detail here shortly, a review of his online activity since January 2026 revealed a reoccurring search history of pro-Hezbollah news channels, Iranian news channels, and videos about shootouts and bullets. He regularly consumed breaking news and statements and live coverage of the current Secretary General of Hezbollah, Naim Qassem, and viewed news coverage about an Iranian fatwa for total jihad against the U.S. military.
So, when I spent that day telling you, showing you, and reading the names and the ranks of every single American that was killed by Iran since 1979, when you look at all the terror groups, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, all of them, and what they've been able to do, Hezbollah, Hamas, over the last 50 years, and you look at all the sleeper cells that we have right here in this country that was funded by Iran, are you really going to sit here with a straight face, pretending you know everything, and say that Iran is no imminent threat to the United States of America? And I didn't even get into threatening and attacking our allies, which affect us. I didn't even get into that. You know, just because you attack an ally doesn't mean it doesn't affect us. It doesn't mean that we just have to go to war because they're an ally. When you attack an ally, you're attacking an interest, a vested interest that this country has in that country. So when you attack them, you attack us. Right? I'm sure if somebody hits your kid, somebody smacks your kid, an adult comes and smacks your kid, and you find out about it, I bet you're going to go do something. Why? Because it affects your family. Might not affect you individually and personally, because it didn't hit you, but it still hits your kid, and it's somebody that you have a vested interest in. Right? How you doing, Brian Hendricks? Good to see you. Good job sharing, everybody. We appreciate it. Now, here's what really bothers me as we shift into the next topic. President Trump has the power to call back the U.S. Senate right now. He has the power to call back the U.S. Senate and say, get your ass back to D.C., John Thune, right now. You're skipping Easter, my friend. Will he do it? I don't know. He might. And we're going to get to that in a minute, but what really chaps my ass is when you see Lindsey Graham, Lady G, gone on vacation at Disney World, Disneyland, walking around by himself looking like a loser. You guys see the picture of him at Disneyland? You want to see it? There he is. Look at him. Hi, everybody. My name's Lindsey Graham. I'm just down here looking for Mickey. I heard there's a lot of gay pornography stuff that goes on down here. So I'm down here looking for Mickey, and hopefully I'll get me some of that. Lady G, everybody. Lindsey Graham. Living it up at Disney World during a partial government shutdown. Couldn't give a rat's ass about this country. Just having a good old fun. Walking around with something that looks like a fellatio. I don't know what that is. Eli, looks like you got something on your computer there about this, actually.
Yeah, the boys from Secret America covered this last night, and I had to make the thumbnail for them. So, as you can see, I gave Chuck Schumer regular ears. I gave Lindsey Graham Minnie Mouse ears, because it's so suiting.
Friggin' loser. Lindsey Graham. I love that video we showed the other day where he was being booed for 6 minutes straight at that Trump rally when Trump was running for office. TMZ reports. Hold on here. TMZ reports that Senator Lindsey Graham, who has no children, was spotted spending his spring break at Disney World. Well, how can you have to have sex with a female in order to have children? Lindsey Graham, Lady G. As the government remains in a partial shutdown and the Department of Homeland Security employees go without paychecks, by the way, now that's not true. Now they're getting their back pay and everything. President Trump's making sure of that. Graham was seemingly visiting the theme park alone. What a loser. Probably there to get some kids. Probably there to get some pizza. Huh? And he was photographed several times having a brunch at Chef Mickey's and walking around the park by himself like a gay loser. TMZ reports that Graham was holding a bubble wand for a little girl while she was in the bathroom, according to eyewitnesses. But it wasn't anybody that was with him. Did Disney just have a child waiting for Lindsey Graham when he got there? Did Mickey Mouse have some children waiting for Lindsey Graham? Oh gosh. Did Goofy have some kids waiting for Lindsey Graham? Why is he holding a bubble wand for a little girl while she's in the bathroom? Now, it could just be harmless. Could just be a family that recognized him. Oh, you're Lindsey Graham. Oh, yeah. Well, my daughter has to go to the bathroom. Would you hold her bubble wand? Seems to me like the parents would hold the bubble wand. I know I'm not allowing some creepy old man who looks like a girl to hold my child's bubble wand while she goes into the bathroom. So why was Lindsey Graham holding a little girl's bubble wand? That's weird. This comes after the Senate passed a garbage funding bill to fund Department of Homeland Security, but without funding for ICE and CBP, and then skipped out of town on vacation. Kind of like Marsha Blackburn did, hiding from cameras, skipping out before that there was even a decision whether there was going to be a vote or not. Graham claims he was meeting with Trump officials in Florida and went to the resort afterward to meet up with some friends. You don't have any friends. I voted 7 times to fully fund the government. Call a Democrat, Graham told TMZ. President Trump said on Sunday that the Senate's funding measure was a shame and said that Senate Republicans need to stop playing it too soft and terminate the filibuster while speaking to reporters on Air Force One. We showed you that as well. By the way, folks, we are almost at 3,800 live viewers. Appreciate that very much. Currently sitting at number 6, right behind... Oh, no, we are now currently at number 5, right above Badlands Media, so that's good. Thank you, guys. So I want to get to Glenn Beck. I thought this, you can call it a rant, you can call it a report, you can call it a statement, you can call it just something that he said online. Yeah, I know Alex Ann said Blackburn is one of the good guys. Yeah, I know. But when one of the good guys do some really horrible stuff, I tend to call him out on it. And Marsha Blackburn did just that. Skipped out before there was even a decision whether they were going to have a vote or not. Maybe she knew something that the rest of the world didn't know. I don't know. But it didn't look good. It didn't look good when cameras were catching her and she was trying to hide from them. Own your shit. It's that simple. Yeah, I'm leaving because the Senate sucks. We're not going to vote anyway. They already told me. Didn't do that, did you, Marsha? That's a problem. I don't care if you got an R, a D, or an I in front of your name. If you do some loser shit, we're going to call you out on it on Lfa Tv. That's just the way it goes. Glenn Beck, who's got a lot of points in what he says here.
Because Friday, when we last left this story, the funding, a deal was made, right? A deal was made to fund TSA and DHS and everything else. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. And they knew it wasn't going to be. And that's why John Thune, what a puss that guy is.
Yeah.
That's why he gets onto a plane and he is out. Friday morning, he is gone. He makes a deal in the middle of the night, knowing that the House is not going to accept this. So when the House gets it, they're like, no, we're not doing this.
Yep.
We're not doing this.
Thank
and
God.
what happened? Because he wanted to go home and get some sheepy sheeps. He's on a 2-week vacation now. They have stopped working in the Senate for 2 weeks. When is this going to end? When is enough? In Texas, the governor will call you in to special session all the time because Texas, they only meet every other year. Thank God. Why do you think Texas has some chance of making it? Because our politicians only work part-time every other year. So these guys go on on hiatus. They're gone now for a recess, like they're kindergartners. For 2 weeks, they go on recess.
Now, before I get back to Glenn here, by the way, Glenn has turned out to be one of the ones with a brain. Not to say that Glenn was never, ever stupid, but Glenn was going down the road of establishment for a while. I believe when Glenn left Fox News, it was because he did not want to be part of the establishment anymore. When he started to blaze, he still had some establishmentism left in him, but now he's just full-on American patriotic, make America great again. I've really grown to very much respect Glenn Beck now more than I did when he was at Fox. And I even got one of his books back then, Arguing with Idiots. I thought it was a great book. But Glenn is one of the ones, the real ones lately. He's the one who's been, common sense has been coming from Glenn. I love the way he called John Thune a puss. I love that. You want to know who's really been surprising me lately? Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson has been surprising me lately. He's getting more and more angry in every interview he does. His face is getting redder and redder. He's doing shorter and shorter interviews, and he's clearly pissed off. And I thought for sure that Mike Johnson was going to allow that Senate bill on the floor just because, and he didn't. And I was like, damn, dude, are some people finally coming around? More with Glenn.
You know what? You don't get a recess if you don't do your job. How many TSA workers, we want to talk about compassion, how many people, the left always says, oh my gosh, we have to have compassion for the worker. What about the worker in the federal government? What about the poor worker who has nothing else and they're working and they're patriots? They're patriots in the government. How many times have you heard them lecture? They're patriots in the government. Well, where are you now when these patriots in the government can't feed their family? How many people at the TSA have to go bankrupt, have to go massively in debt, have to leave their job and go find another job just to feed their families? How long is it going to take if they leave to find another job? How long is it going to take to find a replacement? Are you going to go work for the TSA knowing that you could just be cut at any time? You have no job stability whatsoever because the Senate's got to go on recess like little babies. The president has the ability to call back into special session and convene the Senate in the Constitution. It's Article 2, Section 3, and he can do it on extraordinary occasion.
You know, like war?
Well, I don't know how you define extraordinary,
if that's what they're going to call it.
But let me try. Let's see. We're at war with the number one terrorist state in the world. Millions have come in from God only knows where, and we don't know where they are. 1,500 terror cells came in from that terror state. We don't know where they are. Domestic terror is on the rise. The American people are shut up in airports, long, long lines. We have ICE doing that job, which means they can't go out and do their other job. I don't know what extraordinary means is, but I think extraordinary occasions means like what we're going through right now. I'm just saying. You need to tweet and write the president and say, Article 2, Section 3, get John Thune, get his ass back to Washington.
Yes.
Get every single one of those senators back to Washington.
Skip Easter
I am so sick and tired. He left in the middle of the night. They knew it would not pass in the House. They knew. I swear to you, these guys are sabotaging us. They're sabotaging us. What good are the Republicans? There is a great article from Miranda Devine in the New York Post. Senator Majority Leader John Thune hightailed it out of D.C. on Friday morning, hours after caving to Democrat demands to defund ICE and border enforcement, at least for the time being. There's nothing more infuriating to a frustrated air traveler delayed hours by Democrat shutdowns than to see senators strolling smugly with VIP escorts through.
Now, hold on. We'll bring it back right there in just 1 minute. I want to chime in here on what Glenn is saying. John Thune thought that by passing this terrible caved to Democrats' bill, that it would go to the House, and that it would be deliberated for the next week, and that some of the backlash would be removed from him. The spotlight would be removed from John Thune because the House is now arguing this on the floor. Mike Johnson masterfully said, I'm not even putting it on the floor. Instantly back on John Thune, who's on vacation for Easter. Just like Glenn said, Trump, bring his ass back to Washington. Say, if these people aren't getting what they deserve, then you're not getting Easter with your family. Get your ass back to Washington, Thune. Sooner or later, Donald Trump is going to have to stop playing nice guy with John Thune, and he's going to have to start playing hardball. Right now, John Thune has seen a nice Trump. Trump is trying to be diplomatic. He's trying to be civil. He's trying to be working on the same team. He praises him. But this guy is sabotaging the entire country right now. So screw this guy. President Trump, it is time to go scorched earth on John Thune.
John Thune hightailed it out of D.C. on Friday morning, hours after caving to Democrat demands to defund ICE and border enforcement, at least for the time being. There's nothing more infuriating to a frustrated air traveler delayed hours by Democrat shutdowns than to see senators strolling smugly with VIP escorts through the airport.
Yep.
The worst offender last week was John Thune, who hightailed it out of D.C. Friday morning, hours after stitching up a deal caving to Democrat demands. Elements of the Department of Homeland Security were funded in the big, beautiful bill last year, but Thune's deal freezes out immigration enforcement and border security functions that are all too important as we go into war with the world's largest sponsor of Islamic terrorism. Wait a minute. His deal freezes out immigration enforcement and border security. But John Thune thought you would be okay with that. No, he did. He thought you would be totally cool with that. He's like, hey, I know the Republicans. Republicans don't want that. They're not really all about border security. They didn't really vote for the president in record numbers because they wanted border security. They just knew he was just saying that, even though he wasn't just saying that. He's actually trying to do something, and you guys keep standing in the way. Right before he gets on the plane, he's like, I'm not sure what the House will do. Yes, you do. You could wait. You could wait before you take your 2-week recess. Huh. But he didn't. He just got on a plane. He and Chuck Schumer, they get on a plane. They leave town. The president has to call them back. The president has got to call them back into session.
And by law, they have to come.
Article 2, Section 3, extraordinary occasions. I think this is an extraordinary occasion. The thing they don't like at all is work. They don't like to work. If they actually have to go back and debate things, do you know how much that changes their life? They can fly in now on a Monday night and they can be gone by Thursday. But if you actually have to debate things, you're actually having to do work. You're actually having to be there. You don't just fly in for some cocktail parties and some luncheons and never have to go on the floor and vote. Never have to go out and do anything because it's all decided by 5-6 guys in a back room. Since when are we okay with this, America? Since when is anyone okay with this? Since when is a Democrat, Republican, or Independent okay with that kind of Washington rule? That it's made by just a few guys in the middle of the night. Isn't that what we all grew up hearing was bad?
I'm going to give Glenn Beck the Smarty Award of the day because everything he said was on point and exactly the same thing I would have said. Article 2, Section 3 compels them to come back to session. And that means Chuck Schumer and all of them end their little Easter vacation. Chuck Schumer doesn't believe in God anyway. End it all. End it all right now. That's what we do. And if we don't call them back, they're just going to come back and keep doing what they're doing right now. Glenn is right. They need to be called back, not just to work and get things done, but to be put in their place. This is how Donald Trump can take control of the Senate. Not official control, but take control as a boss and be like, here's how we're doing things from now on. We're going to do things my way. I played by your way. Now it's time to play by. So when I get done this show today, I'm going to do a Facebook Live right over here. So if you're following me on Facebook, we'll recap things that we did here. We'll answer some questions. We'll do some Q&A. Then I'm going to put out an Instagram, Facebook, and X video that literally calls on President Trump to do this and see how many shares we can get out of it all the way up to the White House.
DHS, how long can the administration keep paying TSA without action from Congress? And not to be hyperbolic, but given the airports were really the pain point that was pushing both sides to talk to each other. I mean, do you see a way for DHS to reopen? Is it possible that this keeps going through the midterms?
Well, we certainly hope so. I mean, of course, the president just can't keep signing presidential memorandums and proclamations every time Congress fails to do its job, and every time Democrats are holding our entire country hostage, picking and choosing which programs and agencies they want to fund just because they don't like this administration's policies. That's not how it's supposed to work. They voted 7 times against funding DHS over partisan and political reasons. And so, again, the president has stepped in to do the right thing at this moment in time, but the president is also encouraging Congress to come back to Washington to permanently fix this problem and to fund and reopen the Department of Homeland Security entirely.
Caroline. That was Caroline Leavitt yesterday during her press conference, glowing brighter than the sun. And I'm curious as to who they're going to put in that seat when she goes off on maternity leave. All right, we're going to go into a video with Eric Swalwell being actually kind of grilled for a minute by Brianna, I think her name's Kyler from CNN. But before we go to that, we got to talk about armor colostrum, guys. Yesterday, somebody in the chat said, if I stop taking all my supplements, by the way, I hope you're right, Bad Moon. I hope it's Miller time. Somebody said in the chat yesterday, if I were to stop taking all the supplements and I could only take one for a variety of reasons that gives me the best results, it would be Armor. It would be armor colostrum. And I agree with them. If I had to only have one supplement, it would be a hard toss-up for me between Armor and Field of Greens. But when it came down to it, it would be Armor because Field of Greens just gives me fruits and vegetables, which I can actually go eat. I just got to spend a little bit more time doing it. Armor gives me colostrum, in which I can't get in an everyday diet just by going to eat something. And it's great for my immune system, amazing for my gut health, awesome for my skin, great for my hair growth, great for acid reflux, psoriasis, and everything else. 2 to 4 scoops a day keeps all of those things that I just mentioned far, far away. So you can get, if it's your first order or if it's a recurring order, you can get a discount by going to tryarmor.com and using promo code Lfa Tv. Echo says Armor has been amazing for me. Me too. Me too. Armor colostrum. Tryarmor.com /LFA TV or promo code Lfa TV. Now, Armor will not be doing any ad reads. We will not be doing any ad reads for them in the month of April, starting tomorrow. Okay? They're doing some restructuring and some rebranding. And then they're going to come back for May. So your code may not work in April. So if you want it, order it today. Okay? And then you don't even have to hear about Armor for the next month. Because, they're going to be doing some restructuring, some rebranding, some new marketing, and then they're going to come back strong in May. LFA TV is your promo code. Also, Fatty 15. They're not going anywhere for the time being. And I'm glad, because Fatty 15 is another thing that I take, and it's really the only place I can get this as well. But it only does one thing for me rather than multiple things. But that one thing is kind of important. Living longer. It actually does some more things too. It does give you a little bit of energy. It does keep your brain really clear so it's not foggy and feel like you're thinking of 50,000 different things at once. It does keep you focused. But the main reason for Fatty 15 is to live a longer life. At an older age, what C15 does to your body is it changes the way your cells age and slows it down, which ultimately slows down wrinkles and all that other stuff that comes with age. So fatty15.com, backed by 100+ peer-reviewed studies, pure and patented C15 ingredient, an essential fatty acid, first one found in 90 years, and highest standard of manufacturing. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Reach out to him today. Live a longer life. Really not much more I can say about that one. I mean, who wouldn't want that? So use that promo code LFA over at Fatty15. Troy just said, just started my 4th month. Awesome, man. I love to hear about testimonies, so make sure you keep us informed about the testimonies of all that, okay? All right. Eric Swalwell. He was talking to CNN about the DHS shutdown and all of this. And he kept repeatedly trying to dodge the question, even on CNN. And this woman usually never grills Democrats. Now, did she grill him as much as I would have? Definitely not, but still worth a watch.
House Republicans want DHS fully funded, including ICE. Democrats want to fund DHS minus ICE and some CBP. Realistically, though, ICE does have enough money to operate through the end of Trump's term already, even without that funding that Democrats object to. What are you gaining as a party for the American people if ICE is still going to be funded to operate either way here?
Well, the White House, by funding ICE and CBP, is essentially sanctioning or signing off on more public executions. You know, we saw what happened with a nurse named Preddy and a mom named Good, and I'm not going to co-sign on that. And I'm with 100 members of the Senate, Republicans and Democrats, who voted to fund every part of Homeland Security, including TSA, but not give more money to CBP or ICE. That's what Speaker Johnson should have done. I should be sitting in Washington voting on this right now, but instead Speaker Johnson sent Republicans home. And it doesn't even make sense. He can't even be on the same page with the Senate Republican leader who recognizes it's absurd to have millions of Americans wait in line at airports when the solution was passed 100 to 0.
Do you disagree with what I laid out there, that ICE has enough money, that there is enough money without the money that Democrats are objecting to? Because
that's why I don't want to give them more money. Go
okay,
ahead,
but if they have enough, then how is it not just symbolic? Because at this point, you have a lot of people who are paying the price, right? A lot of attention has been paid to TSA. They, of course, are now getting paid because of the executive order, but it's not just them, right? Civilians in the Coast Guard, they are going without, many of them in California. How long should they be prepared to work without a paycheck?
It's not symbolic to a 6-year-old boy named Joseph in my district. A couple weeks ago, he and his family were arrested and deported.
Here we go again.
And he's deaf, and he goes to a school for the deaf.
Oh, no.
And ICE wouldn't even allow him to take his assistive hearing devices with him.
That's a lie.
Sent him to Columbia within days. My staff flew to Columbia, took the assistive living devices. So for Californians, you know, this is anything but symbolic. It's real, it's present, and I cannot sanction what they're doing, co-sign on what they're doing, even, you know, symbolically give them more support, because these are people scared for their lives. And the solution was right in front of us. Do what the Senate did. Don't give them any more money, but fund everyone else like TSA. We can do that right now in the House of Representatives. Speaker Johnson should.
And how long do you think folks should expect this shutdown to continue?
It can end right now, you know, Brianna, and the president, if he says he's paying TSA, who the hell knows? He doesn't even seem to believe in Congress anymore. He's in defiance of the Republican leader in the Senate.
Let me rephrase it. How long are Democrats prepared? How long are Democrats prepared to hold the line on where they are if there isn't a change from Republicans?
I will continue to support paying TSA. I cannot support more public executions or deporting more little children like the 6-year-old in my district who was sent without his hearing devices to Columbia. I'm not in for that, and most Americans aren't either.
Congressman Eric Swalwell, thank you so much for being.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, those are hardball questions. How about this? Nope, stop. It's not what I asked. Nope, stop. It's not what I asked. Look, I brought you on for an interview to ask you questions for you to answer. If you can't do that, then there's no reason to bring you on and give you airtime, especially running for governor. So I'll ask you one more time. How long is your party willing to hold the line against what Republicans want to do, which is ultimately what the American people want to do because they voted for them for this exact reason. How long are you prepared to hold the line? You give me any other answer other than the answer I'm looking for, you'll never be invited back on this show, this program ever again. Go. How hard is that? Get him on the record to say as long as it takes? How hard is that? Representative Gregory Meeks refuses to say that he's thankful that Donald Trump is paying TSA agents. Remember, I played a video yesterday of another Democrat saying he's illegally paying TSA agents. Well, if your talking point every single day on TV is that these TSA agents need to be paid because they're working people too, don't you think the first thing that you should do is say, thank you, President Trump, for paying them while we deliberate like children inside Congress? Why do people ask every day, why do you give these guys airtime? Why do you show them? Because a lot of people take what we say, show the clip to their Democrat friends or family members that we play, show the rebuttal as to why that's a retarded segment and a retarded video and a retarded interview, and we make headway. You have to expose, show, explain why with intelligence, with facts, and move on.
What we just heard from that TSA union rep is the person standing up for those hardworking American workers is the president. With that executive action that he took at the end of the week, they're now getting new money into their bank accounts finally again. Are you thankful that he did take that action?
Well, look, the president, if he's been saying for a while that he could have taken some action so that would have never had this issue. He could have told Johnson, make the deal. But he did not.
But he is the one who actually did take action, not the Congress so far. Do you support and are you thankful that he did take action when you're saying that the hardworking American worker of TSA have been the people caught in the middle?
The president, they should have never, you heard that agent talk about how they were in debt, the number of, extra interest and penalties, etc. That should have never happened, and the president could have prevented that from happening.
Not willing to say anything. Not willing to give this man an inch. Not willing to say that anything he does is good. To him, to them, he's the great Satan or enemy or whatever. And every breath in his lungs infuriates them. That's why they tried to kill him. Hey, Eli, I'm going to put up a picture. Trump. Drooling. Slobber and saliva coming out of their mouths, writhing on the floor like some kind of a demon. Trump. That's TDS, folks. That is the physical representation of what a Trump derangement syndrome loser looks like. Everything he does. Why do you think Will calls them demon crats? Because that's what they are. They're plagued by demonic forces. No matter what he does, he can't do anything. And nobody will press them on this, and they won't go on any media where somebody will press them on this. So as you guys know, May 17th is a rededication to this country, to the Lord. We plan on going there. As of right now, I am planning my trip to D.C. for that and for questioning members of Congress and killing two birds with one stone. So we don't have to take an extra flight. We don't have to raise money a second time. We raise money for that one time. We've already raised money for it, and it's at that one time, and we do it all up there. So most likely what I'll do is I'll go down for the rededication to God for this country. And then I will probably stay the following 2 days and do my show from D.C. and get quick interviews with members of Congress in and outside of the D.C. Rumble studio. So a lot of people have been saying, all talk, no action. You said you were going to go. Well, I spent years being all action and all talk. And now I'm in this room. So I'm kind of limited on just leaving and going and doing things, especially when I don't have the ability to go live everywhere for 3 straight hours. So we're trying to be strategic. That's our plan right now. Keeping you guys informed on that. All right? Let's go to another video here.
Finally, some back pay for all of those TSA workers.
Yeah, you're right, Nicole. And we definitely sense a lighter mood among the TSA workers. The actual pay, just the prospect of TSA pay, that has brought an improved start to the week for travelers across the country. We are hearing from these TSA workers that, yes, they have gotten their paychecks for the last 2 missed pay periods.
Finally,
see that? President Trump is not only paying them now, but he's back paying. So they're getting their back pay now. Folks, we didn't quite hit 4,000 live viewers today. Probably won't. I'm sure the majority of you have already shared, but we still only have 1,380 thumbs up as well. So please reach down and click that thumbs up. I'd appreciate it. So they're all getting paid. They're all finally starting to get paid. And you can't get one Democrat to say, well, that was good of President Trump to do that. No, instead, they say he's illegally paying them. Why? Because if he can't pay them, it looks bad on him, regardless of why. Now, they're telling the world that Republicans are the ones that are not paying TSA. Everybody in the world knows that that's a lie, except for idiot Democrats. And the longer that they don't get paid, the more it looks like the administration in power is the reason why. So Trump every time derails their narrative, and they hate it. They absolutely hate it. They hate him. And now Democrats are going online because of the TSA lines being down, because of TSA people coming back and being happy. Democrats are going online while there's still ICE agents in the airport and saying they're afraid to fly. So the next thing you're going to hear, mark my words, Eli, the next thing you're going to hear from all the liberals in your life that you know, or anybody that's even close to being a lefty, you're going to hear, I'm not flying because I'm afraid of ICE at the airports, that they're going to kill me. And you'll say, well, you don't have to be afraid of ICE. You're not an illegal alien. And they'll say, neither was Renee Good and neither was Alex Preddy. That is what you're going to hear from now on. We're not flying as long as ICE is there because we're afraid of them.
Basically, all I heard you say was the airports are going to be easier to get through and navigate.
Yeah.
There'll be those extra seats with the extra leg room. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, no Democrats in the airport, no illegal aliens there either. Thank you, ICE. Nobody can do what you can do.
Here are ICE agents now at the airports just roaming around. It looks like, in the videos I see, they're just kind of standing there. They're not trained to do the security screenings. They're not.
Stop. In the videos that you see, that's the problem with America. That's not what I saw on X. It's not what I saw on Snapchat. It's not what I saw on TikTok. Oh, so did you see the videos of them actually processing lines, checking IDs, doing security screenings? Or since you're so into watching videos, Julie Johnson, Democrat of Texas, I'm wondering if you watched the video where the little kid was dying and the ICE agent saved the kid's life, the toddler. Did you not see that video? Julie Johnson of Texas? Did you forget that one? In the videos that I see, they're just walking around doing nothing. Funny, because in the videos that I see, that's all you losers have done your entire life working in D.C. Walking around doing absolutely nothing.
Oh, and not that the lines are congested anymore because they've knocked all those huge lines down, but when they were congested, you didn't see the video of them handing out bottles of water to weary passengers who were standing in those lines for so long? Missed that one too, huh?
Yeah. Must have missed that video on your TikTok feed there, large and in charge lunchbox.
They're not trained to operate the equipment. And it seems like just a big waste of pomp and circumstance by the Trump administration having ICE deployed at our airports. Plus, it's a deterrent to people wanting to fly. Are they going to engage in detention raids at our airports now? What we see are ICE agents now.
Only if you're illegal. Only if you're illegal. Or if they've got reason to believe there's a bunch of illegal aliens in that airport. But you're clearly an American citizen. You're eating like one. Your double chin would say that you are. Your pale skin and your six head would say that you are a chemical-eating, ignorant, stupid Democrat. I'm not sure, Eli, but she shouldn't have anything to worry about.
And this whole not trained, they're not trained for the job. They're not trained to say, come step through the x-ray machine, put your hands up like this, thing's going to spin around, and you can come, okay, you're all good to go.
Yeah.
They're not trained to sit there at a machine and watch the x-ray machine as the belt carries everything through. Yeah, that looks dangerous. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, they're not trained to do that.
Yeah.
A monkey could do that.
Yeah. No, DEI hires do that. People with inferiority complexes do that. Let me see if this sounds familiar to you. Take off your shoes, put each and every single one of your bags in a different bin. Take off your sweatshirt. I don't know how many times I have to say this for everybody in line. Please take off your sweatshirts and your hoodies. Make sure everything is out of your pocket. Ma'am, I said take out your computer. I said take out your computer. Well, at the last airport, they didn't do that. Well, at this airport, we do it, okay? Sir, I said a bag in each bin, not two bags in a bin. That's what we have. A bunch of Chihuahua DEI idiots working these machines, Eli. But ICE and Border Patrol are too stupid to figure it out.
That's incredible. I mean, I've only, I don't fly all the time, but I've been to an airport enough times where I could do it. I could do everything you just said. Take your sweatshirt off, take your shoes off, put it in a bin. Yep.
And then you go, oh, I forgot I have $1 in my pocket. Go back, take it out. Oh, is this $1 going to set the machine off, is it? Is this $1 a bomb? You DEI hire retard, you 11th grade dropout. Excuse me, but I'm for firing all of TSA. Yes, fund them while they're there for our convenience, but I'm for firing all of TSA. Get rid of them completely. Let airport security have their own security, and if you want a federal presence there, send in ICE. That way no illegals are flying. Eli, it's a win-win. Fire TSA, get rid of these DEI hires, send them back to the fast food line, and be out about our day.
Bing, bang, boom.
That's it. My Shy says, Jeremy, 11th grade, that's a compliment. Yeah, I know. I was being nice. TSA is the problem with the airports, folks. If it wasn't because of TSA, airports would be fine. Flying would be easy. Flying may even be fun again. How about this one, President Trump? Make airlines great again. Don't even have to change the acronym. You know how you make airlines great again, sir? Get rid of the DEI hired TSA agents. They're not keeping us safe. How many people have had to be yanked off a plane for threatening to kill the pilot in the last 2 years? How many people have been yanked off a plane because they said they had a bomb? How many people have been yanked off a plane because they're fighting with other people? TSA doesn't keep us safe. What does TSA do? Oh, look, you got a bomb. How many bombs have been found at TSA? And you say, well, that's precisely why they're there, so no bombs go through. You can still walk through security and put your bag through an x-ray machine without having it be government-funded TSA that's there. Airports should be required to have their own security. Period. Make airlines great again. It's really that simple. You know what you didn't stop? You didn't stop the most dangerous thing to be on an airplane in America. Milo says, take it easy, Jeremy. I'm an 11th grade dropout and make over $100,000 a year most of my adult life. 61 now and invested $250,000 in gold 6 years ago. And guess what? You weren't a DEI hired TSA agent either. You skipped that level and you did it on your own. Congratulations for being a bootstrap, grab life by the horns, patriotic, regular American. If it wasn't for cheating and copying, I wouldn't have graduated either. But I'm not a DEI hire. I don't mind 11th grade dropouts. But I do when you have an inferiority or complex and you're telling me everything that I need to do in life and screaming at me like you're better than me. Then I do. 100%. You want to know what the most dangerous thing that they could put on an airplane, Eli? That TSA let through? By the millions? Disgusting third world shithole illegal aliens.
Oh yeah, damn Skippy, 100%. I've seen them in the airports. They look scary. They're disgusting. They're smelly. They shouldn't be here. Get them out, ICE.
Yep. Absolutely. Gina says, my dad was a high school dropout too and died a millionaire. Hard work, very hard work, died at 53. There you go. There you go. Hard work. Not getting DEI hired into success. That's TSA. Patrick says TSA helps launder money. They did that too, right out of Somalia. Hey, cash. It's a deal. Audrey said, but the guy on the plane claimed he had a bomb, so there's that, but didn't. Chicago area college paper launches an ICE tracker to impede immigration enforcement just days after the illegal alien murdered local university freshman Sheridan Gorman. Yesterday, Caroline Levitt actually called this out from the press briefing room, called out the media and said, how dare all of you ignore the murder of this young woman? All because it was an illegal alien who did it. The student newspaper at Dominican University, located just west of Chicago, has launched an ICE tracker mapping immigration and customs enforcement activity in surrounding neighborhoods. Just days after the illegal alien from Venezuela was charged with the murder of the 18-year-old girl at Loyola University, freshman Sheridan Gorman. The Dominican Star announced its effort to impede immigration enforcement on Wednesday. Here's another thing. How is this not insurrection? You're impeding government agencies from doing their jobs. Isn't that what the left said was an insurrection since 2021? How are they allowed to have this? It really even shouldn't be as hard as follow the money. It should be, oh, you're doing this, you're going to jail. And it doesn't even need to be Kash Patel. It could be the field office that's in that state. Why isn't impeding law enforcement a crime at a federal level? Tom Homan says it is. Dan Bovino said it was. Kash Patel says it is. Pam Bondi says it is. And they always end it with nobody's above the law, right? The paper said it was directly inspired by a similar tracker created last fall by the Loyola Phoenix, student newspaper at Gorman University. Staff from the two papers even met to share the details on how to build and operate the tool. Quote, and I'm quoting, "We've become more inspired by their initiative and decided to create our own edition to serve the Dominican University community." The Dominican Star editorial team wrote, after having a meeting with Loyola Phoenix editor-in-chief Lily Maloney And manager editor Julia Pentasuglio, we gathered more information to make this launch possible. The tracker consists of an online map with little pins marking confirmed ICE activity. Readers are asked to submit tips via the paper's Instagram, Facebook, or email, including photos and videos taken from a safe distance, along with the location, time, number of agents, and vehicle details if possible. The paper staff says it will only verify reports before adding them to the map, and will also monitor local community Facebook groups for additional sightings. The launch comes amid intense national attention on the killing of Gorman. So I'm wondering how ICE allows this to happen. I wonder if Mark Wayne Mullen will do anything about this. Because this turned out to be a massive problem in Minnesota, if you remember. We were, Cam Higbee and all those were infiltrating the ICE tracker apps. And we got our hands on audio and video and everything of how they were like speaking to each other in dispatch in real time. We have ICE agents over here, ICE agents over there, 10-4 over. Black sedan with tinted windows, and looks like ICE agents driving it. And they rented a car from Avis and they're staying over at Homewood Suites and blah, blah, blah. How is that legal? Now, I would assume that it would be argued that anything that is in public on a public way is able to be recorded legally. Okay, that's fine. I can record you in public legally. But if I take your image and I take that video and I go and I use it for nefarious reasons, then I can be subject to a crime. They're taking video and picture in public, which they have a right to do. But what they're then doing is they're uploading it, not for safety purposes, but they're uploading it to help people evade arrest, and they're uploading it to cause outrage and a spark in that community against them to drive the ICE agents out. That is their words, not mine. So again, I ask, how is that legal? Here was Caroline Levitt speaking about
Sheridan
this
Gorman,
yesterday.
A young woman in Chicago, was shot and killed on the street walking with her friends outside of her university by an illegal alien from Venezuela who had no right to be here in the first place. And it's despicable that Democrats are currently defunding the department that's responsible for removing illegal aliens like that. And I would also add it's despicable that the lack of coverage of this young woman's case, of her life, and the way that it was tragically cut short. I saw a survey over the weekend that I'd like to bring to all of your attention. This is the media coverage of the case of Sheridan Gorman. You have ABC News has spent 1 minute and 19 seconds between 2 days when this case was first alerted. You have CBS, 2 minutes and 1 second. You have NBC, 23 seconds spent on the life of a young, beautiful American woman whose life was taken short by an illegal alien who should have never been here in the first place, when we are in the middle of a battle on Capitol Hill with a major political party, the Democrat Party, who wants to defund the agency that is responsible for protecting Americans. I think her life was worth more than 23 seconds on cable television, and I think the people in this room have a responsibility to report on cases like this, because it just exemplifies why the president believes so strongly in deporting illegal aliens from our communities. And thank you for the question.
I love the way she called them out, like she always does. Right to their faces. They won't care, though. They won't care. What she needs to do, and I shouldn't say it that way, what I would like to see her do is call them out by name. You, Kathleen. You, Greg. You, John. You, Samantha. You. I'd like to see her call them out by names and say, what a disgraceful reporter you are. How dare you? And that's why we have new media in the room. And then I would move all of those legacy media outlets to the back. They'll still cover, trust me. They might boycott for a week or a month. They'll come back, put on the new media in the front, and don't call on old media at all. Why not? You, Caitlin, exactly, J.A. Fish. Bobby Driver said Mark Wayne Mullen supported the guy that killed Ashley Babbitt. I heard that the other day on Newsmax. Actually, you heard it here 2 weeks ago. If you were watching. When I told you that I used to not like Mark Wayne Mullen at all because of these things, and I showed that. But just like President Trump was a former Democrat who saw the light, just like Glenn Beck was a former establishment guy who saw the light, just like Tulsi Gabbard was a former Democrat who saw the light, just like RFK was a Democrat who saw the light, everybody changed their position. And Mark Wayne Mullen absolutely changed his position from that day. But, yes, keep an eye on him. Because they can always change their position back. Absolutely. Where are we at here? Quarter till? All right. Let's bring the Rumble chat up for a minute. We've not done that in a couple days. I always want to hear from you guys, and I apologize. By the way, we sent out some funds to people in the mail, and it's looking like people are starting to get those funds in the mail. So thank you to all our Slurp Fund recipients for reaching out, and thank you to all our Slurp Fund donors for helping those people, okay? Let's see. The whiny weenies went to court to be able to go back in the Pentagon. Exactly, and they would do the same thing here. But guess what? They don't have to be up front. Kim says all illegals need to be deported. Bobby said, I must have missed that 2 weeks ago. It's okay. We talk about it a lot. We're really fast here. I'm watching and waiting to form my opinion on Mark Wayne Mullen. Probably smart to do, Gina. Can we get a Miles Guo NFSC update? Miles Guo still in prison. Don't really know what the NFSC is doing right now. Haven't talked to them in quite some time. Sandra Rock, next time you put that in the chat, we're muting you for the rest of the day. That's the fourth time now. People get it. Trump has a new app called the White House. I just heard that. Just heard that this morning. Kathy, good to see you. Good morning from Des Moines, says Matt. I'm glad you called out all the haters. Don't know what happened to Alex Jones, like Owen Schroyer now. Yeah, they're all cowards. It's funny because they all built their name off Trump. But now that, viewership is low on people who are still with Trump because it's the new shiny object, they're turning on Trump to get the views. We're not. We're staying solid. Serby, Jeremy, we need some Tucker laughs. I know. Judge says, Jeremy, I'm going to be in D.C. May 17th if you need help. Well, look me up. I'll be around. Certainly won't be thin. I'm always going to be around. No, I've lost like 30 pounds since that Armor of God video. So, Sherry, $50 for the Slurp Fund. God bless you, dear. Thank you so very much. That's going to help. We appreciate you. Sandra Rock says, that is your response? No, actually, Sandra Rock, this is my response. Now you're muted for the live stream. Now you will shut up. That's simple. See what happens? Bump your gums, get silenced. All right. Moving right along here, folks. The High Court, the Supreme Court, is set to hear oral arguments this week on birthright citizenship. We knew it was coming, and now they're going to be doing it this week. Tomorrow, the Supreme Court will have the opportunity to hear the oral argument on the case, which turns directly on the question of birthright citizenship. This is where prayers are going to need to happen. Okay? Idina from Arizona, good to see you. Thank you, Biggest Balls. I replaced Alex with LFA, and I'm glad I did. And that's why you got the biggest balls, brother. Thanks for being here. Ellen says, Jeremy, you do look healthy. Well, thank you. Going for that look. Specifically, the court will determine whether the 14th Amendment's naturalization provision, which states all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Here's the one problem with that right there. Ready? The interpretation of the jurisdiction thereof. Subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That is going to be a big part of the argument. And tomorrow, when we play these oral arguments or pieces of them, I guarantee you that whoever's for the Trump team or for the DOJ or whoever is representing the administration, I guarantee you they'll dive deep in on that. Bill said, I switched from InfoWars as well. See that? People just looking for common sense people who tell the truth. Not crazy people who scream constantly and turn on Trump. Mandates an automatic grant of citizenship upon anyone, including children of illegal aliens, born on U.S. soil. Or, if the clause, more sensibly read, applies to children born of citizens only with limited exceptions. The case, which is being filed under the name Trump versus Barbara, is one of a potentially groundbreaking import poised to be potentially among the most important decisions with far-reaching political ramifications in generations. And I think it will be. The case arose in the aftermath of the Trump administration's adoption of the executive order number 14,160, protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship, which was issued on the first day of President Trump's second term. In January of last year, immediately, that executive order was challenged by liberal-leaning district courts, resulting in a nationwide preliminary injunction, which never allowed the order to go into effect. Again, I wonder if the Trump defecting podcasters of the world even think about the things that he's doing that aren't in front of the news. Like, if Donald Trump got abortion federally overturned, okay? Now he's about to, if this goes our way, he's about to have the same court say that overturned abortion, say that no more anchor babies. There is a specific guideline to the 14th Amendment and why it was written, and it wasn't written for everybody in the world to come here and dump their kids off. And if he gets this interpretation of this change and it is set into law and ruled on by the Supreme Court, you're still going to get the Owen Schroyers of the world going, this is not what we voted for. Our sons and daughters going to war. Who has no sons and daughters in jeopardy of going to war? I wish people that had no sons and daughters in jeopardy of going to war, I wish they'd stop saying that, because you sound like an idiot and a broken record and stuck on repeat. You're no better than the mainstream media. The same line that one of you say, I see you all say it. You're all weak. Cowards.
Same thing I saw on X here. What's his name there? J.J. Carroll, that I think we knew for a little bit there.
Yeah.
What the F are we doing? My son will never die in a foreign country. Can you let Scooter make up his own mind? Maybe he's not a pussy like Dad.
Yeah. J.J. Carroll's another one. He's another one. They're all the same. They're all the same. You know, these are the same people that were screaming Rocket Man when Donald Trump threatened to blow up North Korea. Remember that with the mother of all bombs? Remember that? These are the same cowards that were saying Rocket Man and calling for that. Unbelievable. So yeah, I wonder what they'll all say when Donald Trump gets this done. Unlike their liberal counterparts, conservative judges in the vein of John Roberts have justified their differential approach, under the pretext of shared decisis. Even though much of the precedent that approach necessarily upholds is foundationally liberal precedent, and thus in the final analysis does not pass true constitutional scrutiny based on the original meaning, intent, and plain meaning of the law. Remember, this was written about African American, black, whatever you want to call people with a different color of skin. This was written for them and children they had during times of, slavery. So what was the intent when this was written? That's the question. What was the intent when this was written, and will the Supreme Court see it that way? If they do, no more coming to America and squatting out some nasty third world children. But Jeremy, they're just children. They're not nasty yet. Somebody said deport all illegals. I agree.
Moments after crime suppression officers take two men with Florida licenses into custody.
Licencia? Okay. You have a driver license. No driver license?
The men do not apparently speak English.
Golly.
When officers look in their vehicle, this is what they find.
Yeah, this is crazy.
A van that's loaded with stolen shoes.
This isn't from just this Ross, so I'm sure they've hit Ross on the way up here.
Police also find the cut price tags all over the floor.
Look at all these tags.
Investigators tell News 2 the men were seen coming out of a store multiple times, carrying loads of merchandise.
They've been busy.
Police say the men acted suspiciously, communicating with one another. Officers say they observed the men inside the store using a tool to cut off anti-theft devices.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Beside the stolen merchandise that totals close to $6,000.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Officers open up one of the suspects' wallets. Inside,
30, 31, 32, 33, 34.
34 $100 bills. And both men were charged with theft. Now, ICE officials confirmed that one of the men is still in the Murray County Jail. He is being held on an ICE detainer. Let's send it back to you guys.
Deport them all. No due process for any non-citizen. Period. They get due process. You got to give them due process. Make us. If I was the Trump administration, I'd say, if I was Mark Wayne Mullen, I'd say, make us give them due process. How about that?
And before you deport them, break their wrists, ankles, arms, and legs. Then deport them.
There you go. Drop them off at home. Not being able to move. You'll think twice before you come to this country and do this again. That's what it comes down to. Ladies and gentlemen, we're currently number 6 on the live leaderboard, right behind Wendy Bell. So thank you very much for keeping us up there on that leaderboard. You guys are awesome. Utah just said, I can't believe I forgot to hit that like button. And he reached down, he clicked that like button. We almost have 1,500 now as we're approaching the third hour of Live from America. But before we do, far left activists pressures Providence, Rhode Island mayor to stop creating a mural honoring the murder victim, Irina Zarutska. Remember her? Remember she was sitting on that train just by herself? And that guy just reached over and started stabbing her, cutting her, killed her. Remember that? They want to keep all illegal aliens. They don't want to talk about the illegal alien that killed the lady at the Loyola University, Miss Gorman there. They don't want to talk about that. But they're hell-bent on making sure that the victim of a senseless crime is taken down. The mural honoring her is taken down. This is how you can't hate Democrats more than you do today. Democrats are the worst thing to exist in life. United States, American Democrats are the worst people on earth. They're worse than Muslims. Can I tell you? A Muslim will look right at you and tell you, I want to behead you. I don't like you. Sharia law. Okay, cool. At least I know where we stand. Democrats will look at you and befriend you and then rape, rob, steal, and destroy and murder everything that's around you. American Democrats are the worst people on earth. And I don't look at them as a fellow citizen. I don't look at them as a fellow American. I look at them as you've denounced that by your hatred of this country. That's the way I look at them. I've got no mercy for them. I do not care about them. I would not save them from anything. I would not save Chuck Schumer from imminent death. I'd stand there and I'd say, looks like you got yourself in quite a predicament there. But I just need you to help me out. I needed a lot of things too. Remember that? Remember that? Maybe you can pray to Baal. Maybe Baal can save you. Pray to the Clintons. I don't know. Sorry about your luck. I can't help you. I won't hurt you, but I can't help you. That's what I would say. My disdain for them has grown over the last month. It really has. And anybody that says out there, don't hate the sinner, hate the sin, must be nice to be able to do that. You're right. We shouldn't hate the sinner. We should hate the sin like God. And I'm not guilty of murder in my heart of them. Maybe I don't hate them because I just wouldn't help them. I have nothing for them. They mean nothing to me. I don't love them nor hate them. They mean nothing to me. They're like dregs of society that the society would be better without, so they mean nothing to me. Romosuck says, not very Christian-like, Jeremy. Wow. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Shame, shame. I know your name.
I know, right? I could lie to you and say, I don't have any disdain for them. I don't hate them. Could lie to you. Just is what it is. These people would stab you in the back in an instant. And to be honest with you, they probably wouldn't even call for help from somebody wearing a Make America Great Again hat. They'd probably rather die. They have that much TDS. Is what it is. All right, let's get into this video from Rhode Island. Providence, Rhode Island. Eli and I know it well.
Hey, it's Jack. So I'm here in Providence on Snow Street outside of the Dark Lady nightclub, and this mural here has been paused by the owners of the Dark Lady, which is a gay bar in downtown Providence. It depicts, partially, Irina Zarutska. No disrespect if I got the name wrong. We're actually here to honor her, as the intent of the mural was to honor her. But the work has now been stopped by the owners of the bar and the mayor here in Providence, Mayor Smiley, who we last saw as part of the horrific response to the Brown University shootings. Mayor Smiley has asked for the removal of the entire mural over the weekend. And what has happened basically is the folks that own the bar, which has got the rainbow flags on it and, you know, your typical gay bar, you know, if you've ever seen one. And these folks here, who self-describe themselves as Democrats, have run up against a far, far, far left, even more Democrats, farther left than most of your Democrats, who are offended by this mural because it's seen as a right-wing symbol. Something that President Trump has spoke about, and this mural and many other similar type of memorials for Irina Zarutska across the country are funded in part by Elon Musk, who is, of course, the most terrible billionaire on the face of the planet, as everyone knows. And so the far left here in Providence has bullied the Democrats who own the gay bar, the regular Democrats who own the gay bar, into halting the project. And the mayor, who I believe is facing a challenge, Mayor Smiley, from the far left, Smiley is facing a challenge from the far left, has gone along with the far left. So this is the statement from the owners of the bar, known as the Dark Lady, here in downtown Providence. I will also, just as a point of information, let you know that in this area, within a block or two, there has to be 7 or 8 other murals that are as big or larger in this general vicinity. So here's a statement on Instagram from the Dark Lady owners, Randy and Buck. And it goes on. It's very, very lengthy, so we won't read everything. We'll just kind of skim it for you. Reached out to us personally, support everyone who's reached out with concerns and questions respectfully, blah, blah, blah. Apologetic for the chaos in the division this is brought to our community. Imagine a mural of a murder victim bringing chaos and division. But that's what the left stands for. Any of you who know us personally, even for just 5 minutes, realize that the illicit attentions being portrayed here are completely false. In other words, they're being attacked by the far left. For decades, we have supported, protected, and served our community. That hasn't changed. It won't for us. Our record speaks for itself. In other words, they're defending themselves. They're answering to the far left. The mural on the building was created for one reason: remembrance. It honors Irina, a life taken too soon. It was never intended to be political. And what's now is deeply disappointing, the response concerning the memorial, which has been misunderstood, judged, and turned into something divisive. There have been numerous articles circulating regarding this. We want to be absolutely clear. We are Democrats. We do not support Donald Trump, his administration, or the politics of division, fear, and exclusion. Our values are progressive, rooted in inclusion, equality, and respect for all people. Again, this is the owners of the gay bar, Randy and Buck, who own this gay bar here. I guess it's called the Dark Lady. Hold on. So once they say all that, then the next day, which is late last week, they post a different update to their Instagram. The project is temporarily paused. We will be publicly releasing the final rendering of the mural for the true meaning to be understood. Thank you for all who have supported us. So now that you've seen the mural and you've all seen highly likely the horrific video from the trolley in North Carolina where Irina Zuritsky was allegedly murdered by the man with the very, very long sheet. That's rap sheet for you to know. Very long sheet. History of mental health problems. A horrific, absolutely horrific killing. And again, you also saw the people on the train effectively ignore her at her moment of greatest need. And she died there in the train. Awful. Hungarian refugee. And this is spawned right-wing attacks against the criminal justice. You know the thing. Like, they just go on and on. And so this has now triggered the far left here in Providence, and the mayor is all in on this to have the mural removed. And I'll just pull it up here so you can see it. We're just basically in a parking lot. Oh, there's another mural across the street. I don't know if you can see that.
Same size.
But there's another mural across the street right there. And we're basically in a parking lot beside the mural. On the other side of this building is another mural of the ocean, which is quite nice. And they were on their way. I'd say maybe 3/4 of the way done with this mural. It's quite nice. It's a nice job. They're still working on the face. But now this work has been halted. This work has been halted, and you should see it's on some type of, well, lack of a better phrase, canvas. It's on some type of canvas, lack of a better phrase. I'm not a...
All right. Imagine this being a pinnacle argument, statement, stance in a community like Providence, Rhode Island, that is already struggling because of Democrat rule. And now the two Democrats are fighting each other because they both are fighting each other over a mural which they say is right-wing propaganda, but they say it's right-wing propaganda because it was an innocent woman who died on a train from a black man. Now, if you share a memory of a woman who died, like Lake and Riley, it's right-wing propaganda. Why? Not because the person who died, but because the person who murdered. So this shows that the mayor and the far left stand with the accused and not the victim. And you're lecturing me for not being Christ-like because I said that I don't care if someone dies? Imagine if the Israelites loved the Amalekites like you want me to love the Democrats. Imagine that. The Amalekites would have slaughtered them. I'm sorry that I'm not a do whatever you want to me Christian and a no matter what you do to me, you can even rape my wife and I will love you. I'll leave that love up to God. I'll leave that vengeance up to God. I could care less, just like I could care less about the people that live in Israel. You want truth, right? I care about Israel as a geographical land, because that's a holy land, and I care about history. I do not care about the people who live in Israel today. I don't love them or like them. I don't hate them or dislike them. I don't think about them, and neither do 99% of you. The virtue signaling out here is so far beyond sickening, I can't even believe it. Oh, but this, and oh, but that, and oh, I really care about that. 9.9 out of 10 of you do not care about most of the stuff you complain about every day. And that's real. It's unbelievable. I can't sit here every day knowing that sons and daughters are going overseas, even though if you had no TV or phone, you wouldn't even know it, so it doesn't affect you. You're allowing information that you see to affect you, not things that are happening. And it's mind-blowingly retarded, actually. Remember when I said that the last thing they want is American tradition to stand and people to continue to have babies and keep our culture secure? The View says Americans that have children right now are reckless.
I think it's just really reckless to be suggesting that people should have children when you now know in this country there's this affordability crisis, and for a two-person household, a married household, you need over $400,000 for childcare. Over $400,000. Most people don't make over $400,000. So she's advocating for people to be born into poverty, people not being able to feed those children, people not being able to educate those children, and people not being able to house those children at the...
Stop. Guess what I was when I had my children? All of them in poverty. Never spent $400,000 for childcare. We figured it out. People either have family or one person works two jobs and the other person stays home. Either way, you figure it out. You know what you never are ready for? Children. You're never ready to have kids. There's not a day where you go, everything is perfectly aligned and I'm ready to have kids. So these stupid broads on The View are advocating for people not to have kids, Eli, because of selfish financial reasons. These are selfish feminists who have destroyed this country, by the way.
I almost wonder if they're talking about, if they're including Somalians in that. Oh, no, they fraud the American taxpayer out of billions of dollars a year so they can afford to have kids.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe if we started, you know what I would say if I was there in that audience? Maybe if we started our own Leering centers, we could afford our children too, if we defrauded the people. You are reckless to have children right now.
The same time when this government is cutting all of the services that would allow people to have families and big families.
Oh, I'm sorry. Government services are what allows people to have families, Eli. Socialism was what they're describing, which has never worked in any country ever, you stupid, stupid woman.
You do not forget $400,000 over the lifetime of the child, or what?
No.
A year?
It's
That's
a
like
year.
a minute,
It's an
almost.
annual income exceeding $400,000 to afford childcare. And I want to ask.
Hey, hey, everybody. Hi. Yeah, Jeremy Herrell here. Just a fellow father of 5 kids. I have 5 kids and I've never made $200,000 a year. Hold on. Let me rephrase that. I have 5 kids and I've never made over $150,000 a year. And that was my biggest year I ever had when I was in sales. And I have 5 kids. Eli, how did I do it? It must be fake news. I must not have raised those children. I must not have raised 5 children over the last 18 years. I just must be a liar sometimes.
Or times were different, or this was different, or this isn't the same as that. And
Yep.
It is, and I'm very sorry to say this, I have to. It is so dangerous to have these bitches on air every day.
Oh, I know.
I'm sorry to word it like that, but
I
I
know.
gotta word it like that. They are absolutely dangerous to be sitting around that table spouting off the crap that they spout, because there's a lot of dumb people out there. Maybe she's right. I better not have any children.
That's it. That's it. $400,000. You need to make $400,000 to afford childcare. Where? Where? In the golden city of the gods? In Greek mythology? Where do you have to make $400,000 to afford childcare?
In New York. No, it's all over the country, according to Lending Tree analysis. And finally, this woman makes $10,000 per speaking engagement. And I think it's just really...
Hold on, does that continue?
Between $5,000 and $10,000 per speaking engagement. Maybe she can afford to do it, but most people cannot.
But she's saying, but listen to what she's encouraging. She's saying, don't have any thought about what you're doing. Yes, be thoughtful before you have a kid.
Correct.
You should be thoughtful before you
Correct.
have a kid.
That's right.
And perhaps, Isabel, you want to talk to some of those red states about some of their laws about women, because they're not really encouraging women to do anything except flee from them. You're saying... You're telling
like
people
California?
to have as many babies as they want to. Again, I'm going to send you back into the past, and I want you to look and see how people were treated.
Between 5 and...
First of all, you kill a baby, you're a selfish whore. It's that simple. There's no other way around it. If you kill a baby, even if it means you're going to die at that moment, you are a selfish ingrate. Period. It's that simple. If you don't like that, have the kid. And this is coming from somebody who once in his life was part of making a decision to have one. And it was all out of selfishness. I can't believe that was ever me to make that decision. If you choose your life over the child that's in you, you are selfish. Period. Even if it's your life itself. But Jeremy, you're not a woman. No, I'm not. I'm a man, and I'm making that declaration. I really don't have anything else to say about that. That's about as honest and truthful as I can get.
Maybe I misunderstood here. I have to admit I was kind of half paying attention because I can't stand the sound of Whoopi Goldberg's voice, but did she just say something along the lines of, let me tell y'all back in the day how people was treated, and that's why you shouldn't have kids today?
Yeah.
Is that what that sounded like to anybody else?
Yeah, she had it wasn't anything to do with having kids. By the way, back in the day they had 9, 10, 11, 12, 15 kids.
Yeah, I've seen the pictures of huge families, and they prospered. Yeah, they went through some hard times here and there, but they lived.
Yep. The biggest threat to this world that ever came to the shores of our country didn't come to the shores of our country. It was right here. It was feminism. Feminism and the allowance of it to grow into what we see today ruined this country. Radical female ideas ruined this country. No more thinking with logic, only thinking with their radical feelings. Not women, radical women. I saw this sign on a car, this bumper sticker. It said, if you're a woman and you're being silent, you're failing. I think every man would disagree with that, but that's a joke. But I'm thinking to myself, oh, sorry, Queen Bee. What are you doing besides driving around with a bumper sticker on your Prius?
That's exactly, dude. It's just like all these protests, like Robert De Niro gets up in front of a camera. Now is the time that we say no. You said that every other protest before this, yet you never do anything. So you guys can talk a big game all day, but until you actually take action, it's all talk.
Somebody said that's bullshit. Radical men suck too. Not as much as radical women. I'm talking about radical feminists who say that we don't need men. Radical men just fight wars. They never say something stupid and literally advocate for a society free of women. That's the radicalness I'm talking about. Feminism was the worst thing that hit this country. And it brought some of the worst legislation, and it brought some of the worst things that ever happened in this country. You want to know why? I'll tell you why. Because it went outside of God's order of life. Now, you might take that and say, Jeremy, are you saying that men have authority over women? Biblically, yes. Societal? No. But when you get out of God's plan for humanity, there's always going to be problems. So, if you ever ask a traditional marriage, right? A man and a woman in a traditional marriage, what their life is like, they're going to tell you how great it is. Because the man accepted his role, the woman accepted her role. Neither of them are the boss of one another. They tackle life together, but they have a role, and each of them have a part to play. Designed by God. You go outside of that, you fail every time. Barbara said, Jeremy, great show once again. Hope this helps your travel. America needs to know who the hip-hop patriot is. You're appreciated for your diligence and love for our country. $100 donation from Barbara Peters. Well, God bless you, Barbara and Jim. I can't wait for the next time we get to run into each other for the 4th time. That'll be great. And thank you for the $100 donation. I know you guys aren't living off of much, so very, very much appreciated. Patty, you're right. Marriage is a team effort. Men have final say-so on things, and women have final say-so on things. It depends on if they're in their own respective roles. But the best marriages make the choices and the decisions together, and they back one another. Feminism went so far outside of God's original design, it destroyed this country. And then allowing homosexuality was another big one. Really helped destroy this country. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back to Eric Swalwell, who sends a letter to Kash Patel. But before we do that, why don't we talk about Golden Crest metals real quick, as silver is rallying, up $4 today from yesterday. That's almost $75 an ounce. Gold today rallying way up for almost $4,700 an ounce. Palladium and platinum are following in that same trend. Precious metals are going to start rising as the end of this war gets closer and closer. How many people have to die on each side before you call it a war, by the way? Just curious. Pretty soon it'll all be over. Crude oil will drop like crazy. Gold and silver will go way up through the roof. I want to look and see right now what oil is today. Oil is still sitting at $101. We got to get that down to about $60. So when that oil goes down to about $60, you're going to see precious metals jump through the roof. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. That's GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Reach out to Rich Jacoby and his team today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. And do not forget about Rumble Wallet, another way to diversify outside of real estate, outside of cash in the bank, and outside of precious metals is digital currency. And what better way to manage your digital currency than with Rumble Wallet? Wallet.rumble.com or clicking that QR code on your screen right now will take you to download Rumble Wallet. And what is Rumble Wallet? Well, you guys have probably heard of Google Wallet, right? That's where you keep your cards that you pay for with Tap. That's where you keep your tickets for events and things like that. Some of your most precious, pertinent documents. Well, Rumble Wallet is the same way, but this way is to get you out of the control of big banks. So with digital currency like Tether Gold and Bitcoin and things like that, you can manage it all through Rumble Wallet, folks. And you're not going to have any government oversight. You're not going to have anybody getting in your way. It's yours. It's secure. It's forever. It's for you. It's for your family. It's for everybody. Download it today. And you can even tip some of your favorite creators right here on Rumble with Rumble Wallet. Rumble Wallet at walletrumble.com, wallet.rumble.com, wallet.rumble.com, or click the QR code on your screen today. Thank you, Rumble. Okay. As we're moving on, Eric Swalwell sent a letter to the Department of Justice and the FBI and said, stop investigating me. Pretty much. Eric Swalwell is panicking as Kash Patel pushes to release the files related to his relationship with Chinese spy and honeypot Fang Fang. Democrat Representative Swalwell is currently running for governor of California. Lawyers for the Swalwell team sent FBI Director Kash Patel a cease and desist letter. Think about that. I want you to cease and desist putting out the files, the official files of how I had sex with a Chinese spy for a period of 4 years. Attorneys for Eric Swalwell demanded in a letter that Director Kash Patel and the Bureau refrain from releasing decade-old investigation files involving the congressman's ties to a suspected Chinese intelligence operative. The Washington Post wrote. Swalwell's attorneys said in the letter that there was no justification for releasing files. Why not? Hey, Eli, if you didn't sleep with a Chinese spy and I had files to say you did, but you know damn well you didn't, wouldn't you be like, go ahead and release them so I can sue the shit out of you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Release them, make copies, drop them from a plane, and I'll see you in court.
Absolutely. But Eric Swalwell's spending money for his team to say, if you release them, there's going to be big trouble. Especially since the congressman has assisted the FBI in its investigation, said the attorneys. The congressman has never been accused of wrongdoing in that matter, and your attempt to release the file is a transparent attempt to smear him and undermine his campaign for governor of California, the letter said. Quote, your actions threaten to expose you and others at the FBI and the FBI itself to significant legal liability. Okay, then let's have at it. Say when. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. You guys remember this video where Nick Sorter ran into a drunk Eric Swalwell?
So, Congressman, you referred to Elon Musk as a fascist at some point and alluded to him being a national security threat. Do you see that more of a national security threat, you sleeping with a Chinese spy, than transparency in the federal government? What are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on that? What's Fang Fang think of that?
What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? Shut up and get out of my way, nerd.
What's fascistic about exposing government corruption? I mean, I know you're just at dinner now with a bunch of lobbyists. You know, they're buying you a bunch of booze, and, you know, that's awfully nice. I know you were talking about, maybe finding somebody else because you only like to fuck people that are 10s. I just heard that one, too. So what do you think about that? Do you want to comment on any of it?
He's married, by the way.
Elon Musk is a national security threat, but you sleeping with a Chinese spy is not. Is that correct? You don't want to comment on that at all? Looks like guilty as charged.
That was Nick Sorter confronting Eric Swalwell. Didn't say a word. I wonder why. I wonder why. So now his lawyers are threatening the FBI. So, hey, Cash, if you've got any kind of testicular fortitude whatsoever, don't just threaten to put it out. Put it all out. Let us see to the extent of which a United States congressman that was sitting on the National Security Advisory Board, let's see to the extent of which he had a sexual relation with a Chinese spy. And if he didn't, then this should exonerate him and he should get paid, right? Because the FBI is lying. Now, Cash is the one that came out and said that they're going to put these out earlier this week. I think it was yesterday. No, maybe it was this weekend. And I reported on it yesterday. But now the backlash here from the Swalwell camp is don't put it out or else. Well, only guilty people say that. Now, James O'Keefe. Police show up at O'Keefe Media Group's West Palm Beach headquarters looking for James O'Keefe ahead of a next undercover video drop. Uh-oh. James O'Keefe did say that he was going to start investigating the investigators if they didn't do their jobs, didn't he? Law enforcement showed up to O'Keefe Media Group headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Quote, police showed up in my office looking for me, he said. We don't know what it's about. Nobody's been arrested in our recent videos. We have another coming out tomorrow showing more crimes on tape, he added. I can promise you he's not going to jail. It's not a criminal act, okay? That I can promise you, okay? A detective from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office said. Even more concerning that nobody's yet been arrested from our recent investigative videos in California, but the police are showing up at my office here in Florida, James said. He said, we got another video coming out tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. Here's James O'Keefe, ladies and gentlemen. Funny how he said, haven't seen anybody arrested for the fraudulent activity that I exposed, but yet you're coming to my office? All right, word.
So I just had a detective from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office visit our headquarters here. Detective named Angel E. Artola.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. We're good. Yeah. I appreciate you guys.
We'll stay clear.
Again, I'm not trying to be impossible.
No, I appreciate it.
You know, I'm really, but I can promise you, it's not going to jail. It's not a criminal act.
Yeah.
Okay, that I can promise you 100%. Okay.
Okay.
All righty. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Take care.
Thank you.
What the heck? I've been served papers 30 plus times. I've never had a sheriff do it or the police show up to my door to do it. So a little concerning to my team. Also concerning, nobody's yet been arrested from our recent investigative videos in California, but the police are showing up to my office here in Florida. So we have another video coming out tomorrow. Stay tuned for that.
Can't wait to see that. That should be today. Wonder what that's all about. He's got a good point. Nobody's yet been arrested for what I've been exposing, but yet here we are for exposing things. Law enforcement coming to me again. I'm sure his video that he puts out today will come with some kind of an explanation as well. But yesterday when I was leaving the studio, I saw this come across the airwaves at dinner time, and I thought, And what it is the DOJ and FBI saying they're working on a bunch of fraud cases that include members of Congress, and that when it all's done, people are going to go to jail. How can they say that when they don't know what judge is going to get the case? But I understand what they're trying to do. Roll.
This is a Fox News alert. Saturday in America continuing to track fraud allegations all across the country. We've seen it in Maine. We brought you some questions about some funding that allegedly was misused in Maine. Those were private donations. Then California. And now, here's the next state, Massachusetts. Now, the state's auditor just released a report revealing massive fraud within programs like Mass Health, the Department of Transitional Assistance, and the Department of Early Education and Care. These are all programs that provide social services to the Massachusetts community. And as you can see, there was over $4 million in fraud uncovered in the state's SNAP program alone. Another $1.3 million connected to the state's mass health program, and hundreds of thousands of dollars found in other state programs. We're also learning of 22 civil recoveries that reclaimed nearly $800,000 in fraudulent overpayments. Now, the total amount of fraud in fiscal year 2025 alone was nearly $12 million. That's in 1 year. That's your money. Now, as all this fraud is being exposed, President Trump is reportedly planning to sign an executive order establishing a new fraud task force. Signaling its importance, it will be led by Vice President J.D. Vance.
And J.D. Vance has already gotten that task force actually going. The Department of Justice says that they are, along with the FBI, working on such massive fraud cases that that this task force was needed for somebody to work directly on this and oversee it, and B, that when it's all said and done, people will not be able to escape the justice from this. I don't know who it is. I don't care about the talk, to be honest with you right now. All I care about is action. I think that's what most people are looking for. Most people are sick of the talk too. They just want action. I want action. I want to see action. Action Jackson, baby. And if every state, and those are just a few programs in Massachusetts, if the fraud task force decides to audit every state in the next few years, first of all, I'm glad they have the assistance of people like independent journalists like Cam Higbee, Nick Sorter, Nick Shirley, and all of them. That's imperative. You can't do it without them because there's too much government red tape and investigations. It's better to let independent media take the reign on this, which is why they're in the White House interviewing those people now. That's number one. Number two, if you go and investigate every state, I'll bet you that the amount of fraud that you'll find would match our military budget. I bet you'd find 700 plus. I bet maybe not our military budget, but military budget's pretty high. But you'd find hundreds of billions of dollars. Hundreds of billions. I bet you'd find the most in California. You'd find the second most in either New York or Illinois. I bet you're even going to find a ton in Florida and Texas too. Because it isn't just Democrats who fraud, it's Republicans as well. But I bet you'd be close to the military budget. At 700 plus billion, could be. Now, did you hear about the Chicago Bulls? The basketball star Jaden Ivey, who was cut from the team after saying that the NBA celebrating Pride Month is unrighteous. Good for him. Good for him for saying that. And just because he said it, he was cut from the Chicago Bulls team. This isn't the Michael Jordan Chicago Bulls, folks. Good for this guy. God will have mercy on him for his things that he's done in his life, for standing up for what's right. Before I get into the story, I want to thank Coffee Lover Eli. Just donated $50 of hard-earned money. Appreciate you and Eli and all your hard work. Love you both. Very, very, very happy and excited for that. Thank you. I can't wait until we get closer to the midterms and our entire audience comes back. I understand the fatigue, but it'd be nice to see 5,000 people in here all getting this great information that LFA gives. But in due time. The Chicago Bulls have waived guard Jaden Ivey after calling out the NBA for celebrating Pride Month. ESPN reported that Ivey was released for conduct detrimental to the team after he released a video of himself calling the NBA's decision to celebrate Pride Month unrighteous. Is it not? Is it not unrighteous? Here's the video that he uploaded. We'll go to that now, and then we'll talk a little bit more about it.
That the world can proclaim LGBTQ. Right? They proclaim Pride Month and the NBA. They proclaim it. They show it to the world. They say, come join us for Pride Month.
Yes, they do.
To celebrate unrighteousness. They proclaim it. They proclaim it on the billboards. They proclaim it in the streets. Unrighteousness.
TV, kid shows, school.
So how is it that one can't speak righteousness? How is it one that how are they to say that you man, this man is crazy?
It's a blessing to be cut by the Chicago Bulls for this man. It is a blessing to be cut from that team. This man stood up for Christ. And we all know what that means. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently sitting at number 4 on the live leaderboard still. You guys are great. God bless you. This man stood up for Jesus and what Jesus says. In the face of millions of dollars being taken away from him, by the way.
It's detrimental to the team, right? Why didn't they just say, we don't agree with his stance on LGBTQ? Why didn't they say that? Well, how is it conduct detrimental to the team? What did I do to the team? What did I do to the players? I did nothing but practice with them, play with them, pass the ball to them, good teammate to them. Said good job, good shot. I said good job, good pass. Way to play, bro.
I'd sue him.
Right? I said these things to my teammates. Was never detrimental to them. So why is it that the NBA and the Chicago Bulls say that I'm detrimental to the team?
Sue him.
How?
Sue him for violating your First
Because I
Amendment.
believe in the truth? Because I know Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life? They said my
Amen. Because I said Jesus was the way, the truth, and the life. Put the burden on them to say what was detrimental to the team that made them cut you. Otherwise, sue them. Sue them for millions of dollars. All the millions you would have made playing. Jaden Ivey is his name.
How? How is my conduct detrimental to the team? Because of what I believe. Because of what the truth is. How?
How? This man just said what he believed in God, and now he's going to lose out on millions of dollars. But guess what? He'll gain all the riches in heaven. He doesn't need the riches here on earth. Jaden, you don't need them, man. You're going to have an infinite amount times what you would get here, stacking up your treasures in heaven, my friend. Let God play it out. You did what you were called to do. You obeyed the Lord. You listened when he called. You answered the correct answer. Build your treasures up in heaven, my friend. Who cares about this NBA? I hope you do sue him. I hope you do. But if you don't worry about it. You'll get all that and a return on your investment in heaven. Eileen said infinite treasure in glory. That's it. That's it. Voter says, can another team pick him up? Well, they can, but you got the NBA behind this too. So they're probably going to tell, they're going to do to him what they did to Tim Tebow. How dare you? The NBA is one of the most demonic leagues of any sport. If you notice, when Sean and I were doing the Rumble Rundown during football season, we never once covered basketball. Not that the NFL is much better, but the NFL does have hundreds of Christians that play in the NFL that all kneel in that end zone and pray before and after a game now, which I never saw before. The NBA is filled with demonic LeBron James-like people. So I don't know if he will get picked up by another team. Probably not. Probably not. Speaking of demonic, let's go out to the state of Arizona. Katie Hobbs tries to troll Andy Biggs by chomping on a taco on camera because he did it. And she looks like a pig eating slop.
Congressman, my first question for you is, would you eat a taco on camera?
No, I don't think so.
What?
Okay. Would you eat a taco on camera? No, I don't think so. What? The veto queen. So you can eat a taco, so you can open your mouth and shove things in it. Ooh. We don't really like what comes out of your mouth. Liar, cheater, thief, cartel queen. It's been revealed that Katie Hobbs won that governor seat over Kari Lake by 17,117 votes. That's what they say. 17,117 votes back in 2022. What's funny about that is, especially now that we've confiscated ballots from Maricopa County, Arizona had a 434,088 duplicate voter registration count. She won by 17,000. That's less than 20,000. There was almost 500,000 duplicate voter registration ballots. So what do you do when that happens? Especially when you're 4 years from that date. What do you do? How do you prove that Katie Hobbs had anything to do with it? How do you prove that Democrats did it for Katie Hobbs and she didn't know anything about it? How do you prove if it was cartel money, Soros money, China money? Well, you do the same thing that Nick Shirley's doing. You get your ass over there and you investigate it, FBI. You have an entire agency with billions of dollars in resources. She won by less than 20,000 votes, and there's almost 500,000 duplicate voter registrations. That woman never beat Kari Lake. You and I know it. Elections were stolen left and right at that time. You know, we were just talking about treasures in heaven. We may not see vengeance for these people here on earth. You have to be prepared for that. But know that they are going to burn in the lake of fire, gnashing of the teeth and agony, screaming for relief, wishing that they could even take a drop of water. That's going to happen to these people. Every single one of them. The Schumers, the Hobbses, all of them. You can take refuge in the fact and take some peace in the fact that God said in the Bible what will happen to these people. What will happen to these fools. You don't have to see vengeance happen here on earth to know that these people are going to feel the wrath of God. And by the way, how hell is described to most people here on earth is child's play compared to what it's going to be. Just like heaven on earth can't really be described. It's child's play compared to what it's going to be. Heaven isn't the playground of the devil. It is the wrath of God. Do you understand me? And we're all going to be subject to it if we do not declare Jesus Christ our Lord and Savior. The hell that we see, devil sitting on a chair with a little trident, got his minions, and he's shouting orders from hell. That's not what hell is. That's not what hell is. That's the kiddie version of what hell is. No. If we actually got a real glimpse of what hell is like, people would be converting millions a second. Just so you're aware. Now, remember when I told you that some people used to be something and now they're this? Well, these Democrats could become God-fearing, God-loving people too. The Joy of the Lord said something in the chat that I agree with for the first time maybe ever. You do need to pray for their conversion. It's absolutely right. That's about the extent of my love for them, is praying for them to see the light. That's about it. Other than that, if they refuse it, then I don't care what happens to them. Usha Vance. J.D. Vance used to be a Trump hater. Usha Vance used to be a Democrat. She was asked about this and did not fall into the trap. Very smart woman, by the way.
Have you had the conversation about whether he might run for president?
You know, everyone asks me. My attitude is none of this has been planned. I think that my role here is to support him in what he might wish to do and to help him in this moment.
In 2014, you were a registered Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
You're now clearly a Republican. You voted for your husband for Senate. That's public knowledge. I wonder if you feel fully comfortable in the universe that you're in now?
What do you mean?
In the political universe that you're in.
Well, I do feel very comfortable in that no one has ever asked me to engage in any kind of litmus test on anything. And I feel very comfortable in that world. I don't feel like I have to walk around pretending anything of any sort. Sometimes I have thoughts that fit very comfortably into one side or another. Sometimes I have views that are way more idiosyncratic.
She didn't take the bait. She answered the question correctly. Look, to be honest with you, if I didn't have to register as a Republican to vote for my candidate of choice in primaries and things like that, I wouldn't even be a Republican. I am not a traditional Republican, and I am not even close to a Democrat. I'm closer to a Republican than I am a Democrat. I'm a free-thinking American individual that will vote for whoever the hell I want, whenever the hell I want, think whatever the hell I want, whenever the hell I want, and nobody's going to make me think or change anything that I think as a stance for my moral compass on this planet. I hate the Republican Party just as much as I hate the Democrat Party. Just so happens that in 2026, they align more with my views of the world than the left does. That may switch someday. That may switch someday. Used to be the Democrats were the party that everybody ran to, the party of the people. Look at them now. They're the party of the elite. The party of communism and socialism. I'm not either. But in this world, right now, you're going to label me. It's going to have to be Republican. We've been talking about fraud here for a while. Here's Scott Besson on some fraud.
Minnesota actually had very good transparency, and that's why that young man, Nick Shirley, was able to go to all these... See the scams, because it was, this is the name of the facility, this is the address, this is how much money they got. Oh, look, it's an empty storefront, there's no one here. New York, California are hiding it. So that we're all in favor of states' rights and states doing more, but the money goes into a lot of these blue states, and some of the red states could be more transparent. And just
all states can be more transparent. No states are transparent enough for me. No government efficiency or no government agency, no government official, no government is too transparent. I'll tell you that. Amy, you're right. 9 billion. It's actually 19 and no arrests. Actually, that's not true. There's been plenty of arrests. There's been probably about 250 arrests. Just not the arrests that you and I want. But there have been hundreds of arrests and dozens and dozens and dozens of convictions in those cases. They're just lower level people. Here's some more fraud. Boston BLM fraudster and Bostonian of the Year has now been forced to return $220,000 in funds stolen through fraud. I wonder if she'll do time in jail. Monica Cannon Grant, 44 years, a Boston-based Black Lives Matter activist who stole more than $100,000 in COVID funds and other financial resources to fund her lavish lifestyle, was sentenced to 0 jail time. Instead, she got 6 months of home confinement, followed by 4 years of probation, and she must pay back $220,000. If I stole $200, I'd go to prison right now for months, maybe even years. But Black Lives Matter, Democrats can steal $250,000 and just get some probation and you got to pay it back. Anybody want to take any bets on if she pays it back or not? She's not going to pay that back. What you asking me to do ain't even right, y'all. Y'all can't get blood from a rock. I ain't got no money. I ain't going to pay you that money. I know some people asked me about the outcome of my son and the lady that tried to bully my son at Hy-Vee. I still don't have an answer for you yet on that. But he hasn't gone back to work since then. So I'm assuming when he goes back to work on Wednesday, he'll find that out. Now, you know both these individuals right here, right? One on your left, John Fetterman. The one on your right, Oprah Winfrey, right? Let me ask you this. Which one of these two people do you trust more if you had to pick? I'm not interested in, I would trust neither of them. I trust no one but Jesus. I'm not interested in that answer. So if that's your answer, just don't answer. If you had to pick one of these people to trust for a day or what they were telling you, which one would you be more inclined to lean towards? Eli, what about you? John Fetterman or Whoopi Goldberg or Oprah Winfrey?
Fetterman, hands down. Fetterman. Oprah's evil. Fetterman.
Wow, Fetterman. Let's see what the live chat says. See if anybody in here says Oprah. I've seen a lot of Fettermans and Bettermans, but I've seen no Oprahs yet, so hold on. Wow. Dozens and dozens of people, Eli. Fetterman. Can't find a better man. But I haven't seen one Oprah.
Wait. Not Oprah.
Not Oprah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I ask, John Fetterman said something recently. Says Oprah Winfrey tried to buy his vote on the big, beautiful bill. Quote, she had her assistant approach me and offer me $20 million to vote against the bill. Fetterman told the Senate Oversight Committee. He turned it down and told her, that's not how our country works. Fetterman said that he immediately informed his Democrat leadership and went right to the people that he was told when he came into the Senate that he had to bring this stuff to. And he said they swept it under the rug. That's a quote from him. John Fetterman turned down $20 million from Oprah Winfrey, told her that's not how our country works, immediately informed the Democrat leadership, and they swept it under the rug. How is that not illegal? Unreal. Unreal. Somebody said Oprah Zempic. Oprah Zempic, says Kelly. Here's a Kalshi bet that should be up there, Eli, on Kalshi. Will John Fetterman flip to be a Republican, or will he stay a Democrat? That should be a Kalshi bet, because I'd be willing to bet before it's all said and done, he'll switch to a Republican. He'll have to, because the Democrats are running too much money against him. Can't find a better man.
Yeah, absolutely right, because since he didn't take that $20 million, they're going to offer it to somebody else right about now.
Dylan said, John Fetterman is against the Save America Act, Jeremy. But he's not against having ID. So we'll see when that vote comes out where he goes. Because I think he's up in the air on it. He says we should have ID. I think he's against the making people re-register thing. But I don't think he's adamantly against it. I think he'll come around. We only have 4 minutes left, Eli. I got a lot to do. What do you got?
And we don't even need to go over the entire list of all the things that Oprah's against and all the evil she's done. Way more than Fetterman.
Yeah, I wonder where that Maui money went that her and The Rock raised. Wonder where that went. All right, I'm going to play a few videos here back to back real quick. Here we go.
We are here, even though it is very quiet. I would just like to remind everyone that it is an active construction site.
Oh, yeah.
And
then how come the girl behind you isn't wearing one?
It is a site that we are building for the few New Yorkers who can be louder than an active site, which is New York's cutest. And this fall, it is a center that will be transformed into New York City's first ever on-site childcare program for municipal employees. This is a site that will be 100% free with the childcare that it provides. It'll provide full daycare.
Stop. There's nothing free. $60,000 per kid for the year. $60,000 per kid for the year. Those are the numbers. Nothing is free, you communist piece of Muslim shit. Moving on, because I don't have a lot of time. Did Chris Cuomo say that USAID money led to the Trump impeachment?
Reporting reveals that USAID and a CIA analyst were behind a project that later led to one of Trump's impeachments. Independent journalist Michael Schellenberger joins us to try to convince me that I should believe this. Shelley, always a pleasure. Good to see you, Mike.
Great to see you, Chris.
So, sell me on it. How much do you believe this?
Well, look, here's what we know. We know that USAID effectively created this organization called the Organized Crime and Corruption Research Project, Reporting Project, OCCRP, which nobody's heard of, but it teams up with well-known news media companies around the world. We know that it would not exist had it not rerouted a State Department grant from its Narcotics Enforcement Division through USAID, and that USAID can sign off on all of the senior, has a requirement to sign off on all the senior staff and on the work plan. We also know that it did the foundational research that was essential to bringing the impeachment case against Trump in December of 2019. It was what the CIA whistleblower relied upon in his initial complaint in December of 2019. So those are the facts of it.
That is why, and I'll play more of that tomorrow. I think we don't have a lot of time, but that is why they were so mad about getting rid of USAID. That's why. But guess who's coming up next, guys? This guy right here.
You would also believe that there were fraud and ballots when Trump lost, correct? Is that you
talking about in 2020?
Yeah.
We know that there was a whole bunch of fraud.
Oh, really? So all of the courts. All of the courts.
Really? I'm in America. Are you telling me I can't be in America now?
All of the courts.
I mean, how come I can't hear and have a conversation?
You can be here. I mean,
I'm still in a free country. I can go to where I'm not having a rally. But I'm not having a rally. I'm not having a rally. I don't want to have a rally. If I want to have a rally, then I will go have one. How come I can't talk to anybody I want to? We're in America.
Because you know here, you're
What am I doing? What am I doing? Tell me what
trying to get a rise out of everybody. That's all you're trying.
I'm not trying to.
Yes, you are.
You had no idea what I was talking about until you walked by.
So just as a point to your suggestion that in the 2020 election was stolen, how many courts, including courts that were run by Trump, Trump appointed
I'm going to tell you.
Judge, hold on, I'm not done yet. You haven't let me finish this time. Trump,
I know where you're going.
You're not letting me finish this time.
I know where you're going.
Doesn't matter.
No, I know where you're
by
going.
Trump elected judges, the Supreme Court all knocked down any kind of voter fraud that you're now claiming there was. How is that possible?
You know it's coming out now, though. And I'm going to tell you why.
How is that possible?
I'm going to tell you why. Every single time there's a political dispute and it goes before any judge, regardless if the judge is a left-leaning lunatic or if the judge is conservative.
Right-leaning or lunatic,
So it doesn't matter. The judge always say, this is political.
No.
I'm kicking it out.
No, that is not true at all.
9 times out of 10 that happens.
They actually made the decision. They said they actually
9 times out of 10. They don't even take the case.
They did take the case.
9 times out of 10, they do not even take the case.
But they did.
They say it's political, they don't take it. And you know why they don't take it? Because they know that leftist lunatics will show up at their homes, protesting at their homes, possibly even wanting to burn down their homes, possibly even want to burn their vehicles up, possibly wanted to harm the family. That's the very reason why right now.
Will Johnson comes up next, ladies and gentlemen. There are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. Stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. That's going to do it for Live from America today. Stay tuned for Will Johnson next. Keep your families, your friends, your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. Whatever you do, never stop spreading the gospel. Peace!
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is The Culture Wars. What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. Hey, if you haven't already, let me remind you, hit that thumbs up, share the video. God bless you. Thank you so much for tuning in. We have a lot to discuss. Oh my goodness, the Democrats, they're saying no kings, but yes to illegals. No kings, but yes to illegals. No kings, but yes to illegals. No kings. Right? We don't have a king. We have a president, but we do have Jesus as king. They also say no to Jesus as being king as well. Let's just be real about it. They can't help themselves. They love the fact that they have so much hate, so much darkness in their heart. Now, I want to talk about this young lady, and our great producer, Eli, created this thumbnail for me. And you can see the mural in the background. And this is of the young lady that was killed on the subway by this black guy that the Democrats had let out multiple times. And they don't care. Her name is Irina. I think I always get her last name wrong. Irina Zorzinska. If I'm saying it right, please forgive me. But she was murdered on a train on camera. We all saw it. We all saw it take place on camera. And of course, not a single one of the Democrats say anything about it. None of them have any issues about it. None of them say that it was a problem. This is a representative in the state where this mural is going up. I want y'all to listen to what he says about this mural. Listen to his complaints about the mural. Listen.
Ultimately, we want to make sure that every community member that calls Providence home feels safe. And we can both agree that this mural behind us does not reflect Providence's values, nor does it reflect the creativity that we want to see in our city.
Oh, so it doesn't reflect their values, meaning they don't want to be reminded that because of their policies, this young lady lost her life. She was from Ukraine. She migrated here illegally. So I guess has she been an illegal and this black dude took her life, then maybe they would have an issue with it. Do you think that's what it was? See, the black dude that they arrested, to my understanding, had been arrested 13 times and they kept letting him out. They kept letting him out in hopes that he would actually kill somebody. And sure enough, he did. None of the Democrats want to actually lock up criminals. They want the criminals on the streets of America to kill you and I. This is why I'm constantly telling y'all need to get ready. You need to get prepared because they're coming after all of us. They want these illegals to be able to kill American citizens. They want the illegals to take up resources. They want to give health care to these illegals. They want to give health care to them. They really do. Like, give them health care. Why? Because just like they did black people back in the past, LBJ, give these N-words just a little something so they think that they can have a little something, right? Just give them a little bit. And then we'll have them voting Democrat for the next 200 years. It's the same tactic that they're using with these illegals. Continue to give the illegals a little something here and there. So when they get registered to vote, they'll remember who to vote for. Oh, it was the Democrats that gave us something. It's the same tactic. The Democrats do it with black people today. They still do the same thing today with black people. And a lot of black people, ignorant black people, fall for it. Every 2 to 4 years, they go right back in the same mindset because their ears get tickled. Their ears get tickled every single time. Well, listen to this. The Democrats have this movement where they're trying to convince everybody that none of the illegals are actually voting. Have you heard this? They're not voting. None of the illegals are voting. That's just a false narrative that they're putting out there, which we already know that illegals are voting. And there's been multiple reports of illegals voting in our electoral system. And then they go, well, glitch in the matrix. And then they go, well, it's not enough to change the outcome of the election. They said it's not enough to change the outcome.
No, interestingly, that fact that non-citizen voting is an imaginary problem they've created as an excuse to get at voter records and influence elections has been left entirely out of the conversation.
It hasn't been left out. That's the whole point of the America Save Act. That's the whole point of it, to prevent these illegals from voting in our elections. 100%. Just like the video Jeremy was playing for you. When I was at the No Kings rally here in my neck of the woods, the idiot liberals out there, I would ask them about the America Save Act. And they were saying, well, you know, President Trump, he cheated in the 2024. And then they said he tried to cheat in the 2020 when we all know that it was the Democrats that did the coup d'etat successfully in November of 2020. And they don't want to acknowledge it. Then they talk about when they go before the judges, they throw it out because they don't want to have anything to do with political disputes. 9 times out of 10, they throw them out. I learned that when I was in California. But now that we're coming up to the midterms, now the midterms are getting ready to happen across the country. Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats are trying to convince everybody that the Republicans are trying to cheat with the America Save Act. By only allowing Americans to vote in our elections, that means that there's going to be cheating taking place. Not making sure that illegals don't have access to the voter booth, but Americans being able to have access, only Americans, means that President Trump is trying to cheat along with the Republicans. And Nancy Pelosi, of course, she only goes on friendly, extremely friendly media outlets that don't ever really push back on her. Every now and then she might get some pushback, but she going to the friendly ones so she can go out there and spew the lies that she's putting out there. She's retiring, but she wants to make sure that the Republicans don't win anything. That's what she's aiming for. And then Hakeem Jeffries get to hold the gavel in his hand. See, I think Nancy Pelosi wants to protect all of the criminal activity that she's done in the past. And the only way she's going to be able to do that is if the Democrats take control. See, the Republicans currently, they're not even going after Nancy Pelosi like they should, my personal opinion, with all the insider trading. I mean, criminal activity. No one's above the law, remember? But they made it to where they can do the criminal activity and the rest of us have to suffer if we even think about trying to make an extra dime from the stock market because we got some insider information. They put us in prison for it. But she gets a pass. But she wants everyone again to believe that President Trump and the Republicans are trying to steal the midterm elections. I don't understand that. And the part I really don't understand is how they're getting stupid people to believe what she's saying by only allowing Americans to vote. Make it make sense.
We always have concerns, but with this president and these Republicans who have no commitment to the rule of law and doing things the appropriate way, we're ready. We have 3 purposes now. 1 is to win the midterms. 2 is to make sure the elections are safe. And 3, to tell people what we will do when we win. And that is the mission. There's so many things that you can do to protect the election, and they are being done, whether it's litigation or legislation or just mobilization, communication, all of that. But in addition to that, we have to be on guard as to what they may try to do to the technology. They may try to creep into the technology and create a false count.
How do you guard against that?
That's a challenge.
What technology is she referring to? Y'all help me out. What technology is Nancy Pelosi referring to? She couldn't possibly be referring to the Dominion machines, could she? What technology is she talking about? I mean, the very fact that she brings that point up, that they're trying to creep into the technology, is she suggesting that it's possible Because remember, during the 2020 election, they said it wasn't even possible. No one can get in the machines. No one can change the outcome of the election. No one can manipulate the numbers. But she just said right there, are they going to try to get into the machines? So what is she saying that we don't know? Did y'all catch it? That right there alone, that should be, I mean, come on. If anything, if they ask her about it afterwards, they said, well, I misspoke because they can't get into the machines. So what exactly are you saying then? She straight up suggested that President Trump, the Republicans, are going to get in the machines to change the outcome of the election. She just said it. And the first time I watched the video, I didn't even catch that part. And it stuck out like a sore thumb. I didn't even catch it the first time. Whoa, what do you mean? The machines. We know exactly what she's up to. We know exactly what she's talking about. Because there's only been one machines that they really love. And it has been those Dominion machines. Because they gave them the outcome that they were looking for. Gave them the outcome that they were looking for. Now, here's some video that I didn't get the chance to show everybody yet. And I was asking this young man about the America Save Act. I want you to listen to how he said, look, he didn't even know anything about the America Save Act. But he's against birth certificates being used. But he didn't know anything about it. How does that work?
Trump is the problem now, not Obama.
Let me ask you about the Save America Act.
He's not saving America. He's killing America.
Let me ask you about the Save America Act. For or against it?
I'm not really familiar with it. I don't know what it is.
It's the act to only allow American citizens to participate in our civic duties when voting.
Okay, it depends. I'm for reasonable identification for voting. Okay. Not bringing your birth certificate and all this other stuff. That's ridiculous.
How do you verify that you're an American citizen?
Got a driver's license. Got a voter registration
illegals
card.
Get driver's license in California.
Well, they could have a voter registration.
And then they get registered to vote when they get driver's license in California.
Okay, so
illegals.
They're not illegals if they've got all that. I don't think.
Yeah, I lived in California for 10 years. Going to the DMV, illegals get driver's license so they can drive around on the streets, and then they register them to vote. So that doesn't work. So how would you recommend we make sure that only American citizens can vote in our elections?
I think reasonable identification.
And what is that, other than a birth certificate? Because you have a problem with birth certificate, apparently.
No, I don't have a problem with birth certificate. Then why not birth certificate? Everybody doesn't have one. I have one.
Who doesn't have one?
Everybody can't get them. I mean, But.
So only illegals don't have them. Well, illegals don't have American birth certificates.
I don't abide by that.
So who doesn't have them then?
I don't know. You tell me.
You said that they don't have them. I said we all have them. Every single person out here when they were born was issued a birth certificate.
Reasonable identification is not a problem. But when you have to start,
right?
No, not necessarily a birth certificate. I don't think.
Birth certificate or a passport. You know what? In order to get a passport, you have to show your birth certificate.
Yeah, I mean, a passport will be good. Birth certificate is good. Driver's license will be adequate.
Well, can we both agree, though, that only American citizens should participate in our elections?
Yeah, probably. I think I agree with that.
You agree with that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think
so
how we get there, is another issue. But yeah, I agree with that.
Only Americans, yeah, right?
Well, makes sense.
See, we can come to an agreement on something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's place in the middle, that
only American citizens vote in our elections.
Yeah.
You heard it right here from this young man.
That's fine.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
See, I'm not a bad guy.
No, I didn't say you were a bad guy.
We can disagree on everything else.
Well, we'll probably disagree on a lot of other stuff, but that's all
right. And of course, after that, I started asking him questions that we completely disagreed upon. I'm like, for example, I asked him, I said, what do you think about all the illegals in the country? Should we deport all the illegals? And at first he was like, no, but then he kind of came around. And the interesting thing, every time I would talk to these people at these No Kings events, you know what they would end up doing? When they would hear me bringing information to these people and it made sense, they will always come in and interject every single time without fail. Like, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. And I was there just trying to have civil conversation with these people. And the ones that don't want that to take place, don't listen to him. And they'll get in there and start yelling and screaming. I shared a lot of that yesterday. But the Save America Act, once again, is only to allow Americans to vote. That's what it's about. And if it is simply about a voter ID, then get verified with your birth certificate. Make sure that, see, I brought this up last time, a couple of weeks ago, actually, that if the Democrats want to continue to allow illegals to have driver's license, like in the state of California, Illinois, New York, and a few other ones, then it needs to show on the driver's license that this person is not a registered citizen. It needs to show up. Make it bright yellow, fluorescent, like if you drop it on the ground and rain hits it, it just shines bright like a diamond. Make it shine. So there will be no question, like that person is illegal. Put it like that on their driver license. Don't make it look like the regular driver license that everybody else have. I guarantee that the Democrats will be against that. 100%. So, okay, if you want them to have ID, by all means, give them ID. Make sure that their ID is completely different. You know what? They already do IDs somewhat like that. If you are 16 and not 21, I know here in the state of Texas, I don't know how it is in other states, but here in the state of Texas, when you get your ID, the shape of the ID is like this. You have your picture here. You have your picture here. You have all your information that says the state of Texas going this way. And I'm just using this card as an example. The state of Texas here, and then has all your information, your birth date and your address and everything. And then has your picture down here and has the Texas seal on it. But if you're over 21, your driver license is this way. Has your picture down here, the seal down here, the state of Texas, and all your other information on it. Why can't we do the same thing for illegals? I think the illegals' driver's license should be like this, and it should shine like have something on there, a watermark that is completely visible, right? Completely visible to say, hey, this person's not American citizen. So when they go to vote, other than California, because in California, you can't even ask for an ID. Can't even ask for it because they'll put you in jail if you ask for the ID in California. And that needs to change. And that's part of the reason for the America Save Act. To say all states in the union, you have to require an ID in order to vote in their elections. And the states that don't require an ID are the same states that Kamala Harris pulled. How does that work? Every single state that requires an ID, Kamala Harris did not win them. But all the states that doesn't require it, she won them. She won those states. And the Democrats go, oh, it was so close. It's so close. President Trump won the Electoral College, but it's so close. President Trump won the popular vote, but it's so close. They kept telling everybody, trying to convince everybody it was so close. So close. Was not close at all. The Save America Act is that very thing, to save America. Once again, the Democrats don't want to be saved. And once again, the Democrats will lie to everyone, so you don't want to support it. Listen.
The SAVE Act you all might have heard about. It is